Alright, well, hello. I know I sound terrible, but I I just went and grabbed my tea right there. From the counter, the stove. And wasn't on the stove like being heated up there. It's just where the teapot was. Uh and this creature took me leaving my seat as an opportunity to make it his seat. So, title's insane. I mean, look, I know I sound terrible. I'm well aware. I'll talk about me being sick in a second, but I feel fine. I feel much, much better than yesterday, but I sounded more fine yesterday than I sound today. I sound like I've been chain smoking for years. I'm fine. Um, so anyways, we need to engage the kitten transplant system. And you probably can't hear me because I'm way away from the mic. I just turned off the camera. That was accidental. Yeah, I have no idea how well you can hear me when I move away. Okay, goink. Perfect. Oops, I bonked the mic. Yeah, I see you trying to come back.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Alright, there we go. Only 25? Sorry, I meant 34.8 years. Anyways, let's get the YouTube chat on screen, because I would have had it ready ahead of time, but, you know, there was cat and other things, so... Is what it is. Anyways, But yeah, honestly, I recognized how funny, like, when I tried talking to my cats when I woke up this morning, as one does, you know, I was like, you know, I sound really funny. How as a content creator,
even time itself.
if I feel fine, but I sound funny, why would I not stream? Take accountability and blame the cats? No, I mean, the cats are innocent. Oh, but he is now sitting on the keyboard. Okay. So, yep. Are you in your 30s? No. Not yet. Okay. Get my windows. For Tignar's birthday, I've been playing around with a Nefa. Is it Tignar's birthday today? What's the cause of the video? Like this video? Or you mean the the lack of videos on YouTube? Because the lack of videos on YouTube was 1 week of just being busy, lack of motivation. I've kind of settled on one of my New Year's resolutions, by the way. I'll probably have a live stream. I almost considered making it this live stream, but I haven't like written out things formally, and I think I do need to write out things formally before I do it. I think I'm gonna like more formally look for an editor, because it's just like, I don't know. I clearly am not able to remotivate myself to get more into editing, and I'm perfectly fine with the idea. I'm perfectly good with idea generation. I'm fine making thumbnails. I generally enjoy pretty much every aspect of the creation process, and like the only real cost of having to do an editor probably just means I need to like maybe have more aggressive sponsorship stuff, maybe. And like I think most people won't give a shit based on like the limited amount of like sponsored stuff I've done before. I don't think people will care if I do more sponsored stuff, particularly if it lets me make more videos because someone else is editing. But the kind of editor I'm looking for is not someone that is going to be, you know, yeah, so anyways, don't email me right now. I mean, well, you can if you want to. I guess it doesn't hurt. But I'm gonna probably make like a, not like a job application per se, because it's gonna be like, you know, contract based work, whatever. But anyways, I've decided I should probably do that. I should probably do that because then I can focus more on doing streams. Streams in conjunction with edited videos, but then I don't have to like try to factor in 20 hours a week that I keep on failing to actually do because like I end up not being motivated to actually do the editing or get distracted by something lately and blah 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 blah. So anyways, turning the elephant in the room, the crab, what? But anyways, this video is just, I thought it'd be funny to make a live stream where I sounded terrible, but I feel fine. Like, I feel like if I'm in the portion of the sickness, having the sick, where I feel fine, but sound really terrible, that's like the ideal time to stream, no? Your voice sounds deeper. It should be a lot more nasal, because it sounds the same. Doesn't it really sound the same? It doesn't sound the same to me at all. It sounds not at all the same to me. Like what it should sound like, it's just to sound more nasal. I already have like a nasally sounding voice in the first place, but when you're congested, here, this is gonna be gross, but here, let me like try to blow my nose. I think one of my nostrils is clear. I think my left nostril. Yeah. So I don't know if you can hear that very well, but that's my left nostril. And then I'll try to blow my nose with my right nostril. Yeah, there you go, right? So I have congestion, right? Part of the nasal cavity is blocked, and a not insignificant component of the human speaking actually is sound that is sound that goes through your nasal cavity. And yeah, anyways, it's not surprising that you'd say I would sound relatively the same, but it's just funny because I felt like I sounded completely different. Like I felt like I sounded more different than I normally sound when I have congestion. So anyways, 29 months of membership on YouTube from Ren. Thank you. Get well soon. Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Oh, I forgot to put the YouTube chat on screen. Whoops. I organized the windows, but I didn't actually put it on screen. My bad. I didn't do the simple part. There we go. Yeah, see your DPS Lan Yan build. I keep on be testing things. One video, like I have a bunch of stuff recorded that I haven't edited. The Lan Yan video is something I haven't actually. I mean, okay, I do have a shit ton of footage for Lan Yan recorded, but the Lan Yan video hasn't been for realsies recorded because I keep on testing different things, and like I've been playing her a lot lately. I mean, I've been playing her a lot the whole last year. But so what does Lan Yan have right now? VV, because I was experimenting around with the weird half pyro, half animo Lan Yan team, and in this team, Lan Yan can use a pyro goblet, and I think that's technically the best goblet. I'm not kidding. It's better to use a pyro goblet on her, because of the constellation 2 on Seat Lolly at least, and then Durin C2 helps balance it out too. And then yeah, live is just the short, or stream. I mean, people will say stream, live, whatever. Anyways, just sounds deeper rather than more nasally for some reason. Is that what it? Okay, yeah. So, anyways, DPS Lan Yan. She's in a weird spot in my account, and I can't freaking figure out what artifacts I want to use on her anymore. Since like, it used to be just doing 2-piece attack is what I liked. Yeah, I got her C6 on her rerun banner. But now since this weird Pyro Lan Yan thing that I've been doing, it's like now I'm back into the, I have no idea what I prefer. Before I definitely preferred 2-piece attack with an Animo Goblet with, you know, Fars on, whatever. Now I think I don't know. I don't know. I like, the answer is it's like not worth, it's the same as it always is, where it's like not worth stressing on her 4-piece set that much is my overall vibe. So get Saluna on Wuthering Waves. They got more characters now. I swear you can cook on there. I mean, maybe, yeah. I don't know. I'm not against the idea of trying Wuthering Waves again sometime, but the main problem with Wuthering Waves isn't anything inherent to it other than it is a gacha game. and like I just eh. Um eh. Right? It's a gotcha game. And it takes time. So anyways, I have really good VV artifacts, right? For DPS Lan Yan. This is a very good balance of stats for with an attack goblet, and that's interesting. But it's interesting for this team because of the fact that, you know, as far as her animo damage goes, it's not that much worse than doing two piece. It's close enough to the same, right? We're losing out a little bit of a functionally attack percent that we could have had from a two piece attack percent for her animo damage, but then VV increases her pyro damage, right? So while also, you know, increasing Duran's damage at the same time. But when I've done testing so far versus two piece in this team, it hasn't seemed that much different, right? It really hasn't seemed that much different. But anyways, the actual plan I have this stream, maybe we'll do some Lan Yan things, because I actually haven't done my fearless clear with the plunge boss yet with Lan Yan. Been forgetting to do that, distracted with holiday things and whatever. And then I also wait, do I have it configured here? Oh, I should have linked it in the YouTube description. But wow, it already has a shit ton of views, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy for, anyways. 7's doing well. That's good.
Where do we come from?
So 7 released his. I knew he was gonna release this at some point here, but he released his Skirk combo video, and you know what? I gotta give him credit for basically making this combo seem much less intimidating than it seems on paper. So he goes over like the basic good Skirk combo of N5Q, N5 dash, N5 dash, N2D, N5, N4, if I recall. No, N5, N2. My bad. So like this is the Skirk combo that because I'm just lazy, because I got C1 Skirk. Holy smoke voice. Yeah, I know, right? Is easy stream on the 30th? Maybe. We'll see. How many years have you been doing trucking? Just be like weightless and dedicate your account to a single character in WUA? I mean, maybe. You can definitely do that easier in WUA, but anyways, so you can check out 7 Please's video. Let me link it, I guess, in both the chats quick. We might watch portions of it, but you should go check it out yourself. He's a great creator, and you want to know number one thing, if you watch me because, you know, you appreciate that I don't know, let's say how I yap about how spreadsheet impact is not that helpful for players to actually play the game. And this is, to be clear, a video that kind of focuses on a spreadsheet thing. But 7 is the GOAT, because he, you know, he mentions the number one most important thing is not combos. And to finish out the video, I want to say that more generally, and especially in Stygian, aka the main endgame where it would actually matter to do something like optimizing Skirk combos, the most important thing is routing, right? And this is something like, and routing is adjusting your team's rotation, which I should probably be better at yapping about that honestly myself, but I try to just show it in practice more. Like whenever you're watching me do gameplay optimization, what I'm doing is routing, right? What I'm doing is figuring out, feeling my way through the interfacing of a particular character's kit, the particular timings, not even a particular character's kit, but a particular character, a particular team, relative to a particular enemy, and the types of moves that enemy uses, right? And whatever other mechanics that play with the enemy's shite, and then trying to try different things in order to figure out what makes sense. And sometimes the way I route my, like I do feel based routing, whatever, and sometimes I can get stuck in the wrong track sometimes, as many people can. But like understanding that you don't just do the same combo over and over in the vast majority of situations in Genshin is pretty important. So anyways, am I a fellow Brit? No, but I am drinking some hot tea It's very shortly here. Oh, I just realized that I forgot to take the strainer out. I'm a dumbass. Okay, BRB. BRB, can you flex your Lan Yan build? I'll give you a free Lan Yan build flex, yes. As long as it's DPS Lan Yan. I would love to see you at least try Wuwa for one stream. I mean, I tried Wuwa in the past. I played a little bit of Wuwa when it came out. And it was fine. I did enjoy it. But anyways, I'm down. The problem is, like, all the things that people say are improved about it are none of the things that I wanted to see improved about it. So, like, temper your expectations for how much it would even have a chance in hell at actually making me want to play it. And again, it's a gacha game. Like, it's a gacha game. It's a gacha game. It's a gacha game. It wants you to spend 5 years of your life in it. Like, no. So, anyways. Like, the problem is Genshin is basically my job. And I don't think Woo was going to replace Genshin as my job. You might be able to hear a vacuum because they're vacuuming the hallway in the apartment. And then I have one other gacha game I like playing right now, which is Zenless. And that's enough for me. Right? That's enough gacha for me. It's already a lot of time sometimes that just 2 games demands from you. And that's with one of them being my godforsaken job. So, like, my tolerance, if one of these wasn't my job, would be 1. So, yeah. Anyways. Trust us is fun. It makes you good at dodging in Genshin. I was dodging in Genshin before Wuwa came out. You can go watch my content before Wuwa came out, and I constantly yapped. I used to be a hater of shielders. I'm less of a hater of shielders than I am than I was back then. I've always been someone who encouraged people to dodge. I'm not good enough at it. I'm good enough that I need to be. I can figure out how to dodge. Have you been smoking for... No. Did you not sense the sarcasm in the title? I'm not even that old, in case you never realized, but... no. I might sound like it. It's called I'm sick. But anyways. But anyway, like, no, I just like, I can't stand playing a lot of gacha games with all the same ass structures that want me to log in every day. And, like, it's too much of... And, like, yeah. In Zenless, I could, like, stop farming discs or whatever, and then Zenless only takes 2 minutes a day, except for it also has all the events and the other things and all the FOMO bullshit, right? Like, so, anyways, it's fine to, like, ask if I consider playing Wuwa, and, like, I will consider it, but there's so many other good games I want to play, and, like, I don't know. It's so nauseating to play Zenless. What do you mean? Do you mean, like, actually, like the camera? Or anyways, JH though, genuinely, did you actually think the title was serious? Because I'm just gonna change the fucking title on the YouTube if you actually thought that was serious. I like, it's not surprising to me. Some people would think that's serious, but I don't know how. It sometimes blows my mind how people just literally, like, without putting //s/s/s/s/s/s, people can't get the most obvious sarcasm in text sometimes. I don't know. Anyways, like if I'm pretty sure JH has watched my content before, right? So they know I haven't been a fucking smoker. You don't magically get smoker voice in one day. So that's my confusion, right? Because JH was a viewer. I'm pretty sure they've been in my streams before, right? I thought I recognized them, and, like, how. So if you've heard my voice before, how do you actually, if someone hadn't heard me before, I don't know. Anyways, I'm just confused. So. No, I'm not 19. I feel 19 inside. My name is Timmy. No. 23. No. I'll be RB though. I wanna here. Enjoy staring at Skirk on a tree. I need to grab my. I need to take the strainer out of my tea so I can actually drink my damn tea. Yes. I am old. Anyways. I am old by many people's standards. I also don't really care. Well, I mean, maybe I'll care when I turn 30 next year, because that's gonna be sad. So I'm gonna be like, wow, I'm 30 years old. Meanwhile, people that were like babies while I was in high school have like $1 million or something, and I'm like, wow. You know, that's the only thing that's gonna be weird. So, anyways, I deadass thought he was 19. No, I've been graduated from college for years, yo. So, anyways, keep in mind some people might be asking to provoke a reaction. That's why I asked if they were serious. That's why, like, I know they might have been just joking. I expect people to play off of a joke in my title, which is how I interpreted their message initially. But then I had the thought of, wait, were they being serious? But then they, yeah. So, anyways, you were, oh yeah, and JH says, yeah, I was joking. Okay, so my assumption was right. Okay, but then I asked to clarify, because you asked clarifying questions in case you interpreted something or heard something wrong. Like, one of the most useful communication tools is asking clarifying questions of people. And there's an art to asking them the right way, because some people are assholes and they take insult to someone asking clarifying questions. But then you just put the onus, usually the way around that is you just put the onus on yourself. So, like, that's something I could do better, right? Is like, like actually this is partially a clarifying question, but it's basically a clarifying question. If someone says something to you, like, what you can do is you can repeat something back to them, and you can be like, so yeah, just to make sure we're on the same. You can say something like, just to make sure we're on the same page. What I think you're saying, like, you basically, as a listener, you try to summarize back to the person what they said to you, in order to try to make sure you're on the same page. You don't start talking about different things. So that happens in conversations so often, where like people choose to selectively listen to different things. But anyways, so like someone says something, you be like, okay, you put the blame on yourself, just to make sure they make sure that the person talking to you knows that you're not repeating things back to them, because it can be like perceived as like talking down to them or whatever, and instead just be like, okay, just to make sure I heard you correctly, or whatever other phrasing of the statement, and then repeat back your summary of what you thought you heard, and then they will listen to that and they'll be like, yeah, but don't forget important point here. You can be like, okay, so based on what you said, I think yada yada, right? Anyways, the hard part though is definitely trying to repeat back things, because like I myself am bad at summarizing things. So trying to summarize back things that someone else said to me can be hard. It takes a lot of active effort, but anyways. This tea is very good. Smoking addiction dealt with. Now I just gotta work on the gacha addiction, yeah. You know what's funny? I actually like I think gacha for me was really good at, and this is like part of the shtick with new gacha games too. I think gacha companies, like Hoyoverse, doesn't really care. I think Hoyoverse doesn't expect or specifically want, Genshin players to also be playing other games. I mean, I'm sure they love if you're playing, if Hoyoverse has you playing Genshin, Star Rail, and Zenless and spending money on all three, they love that. But I think the actual goal is not to get one person to spend 3 times the time in their games and 3 times the money. I think it's just to get more people playing, more different kinds of people with different preferences for different video games playing their game, right? And it doesn't matter to Hoyoverse if you stop playing Genshin for Star Rail or for Zenless Zone Zero. It does matter to Hoyoverse if you stop playing Genshin for Wuwa, and that's fine. That's good because that's actual competition, right? And like I think that's beneficial to them because getting into a new game when it's like I realized this with Zenless, because for a long while now I don't get anywhere near the same kind of like gambling dopamine from Genshin as I have in the past, right? Like, do I look forward to it on some level, doing a little bit of gamba for a new character? Sure. But like I know so much about how the system works and like plan my resources enough that like I'm operating on known quantities and I usually have like a decision tree in place. This is a decision tree that also relates to the kind of content I'm planning too. Like I purposely make gamba oriented decisions kind of thing because it's more fun for content, right? But like the action itself I don't generally get that much dopamine out of. Not like I used to. And I think that's part of the strategy of new gacha games being made, right, from the same company. Is like they want you to try playing their new game, because then you might like restart that gambling dopamine cycle. Because I think when you don't know how the system works, when you don't know what things are worth pulling for, when you know, or are acting more emotionally rather than on logic or planning, whatever words you want to use, you get more dopamine from it. And I experienced that last year with Zenless, right? Where like I thought Zenless was more similar to Genshin initially than it actually was. Yeah, so anyways, the gambling dopamine is largely gone from Zenless too for me. It's just like gambling negativity because of losing 50/50s way too often. And they release too many characters I generally enjoy in Zenless too. So yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? As far as gacha addiction goes, I don't know. Do I have a gacha addiction? Maybe. I don't know if any of it is worthwhile to think in that framework for me when it comes to gachas or not gachas, but like Genshin, at least because again, in my job, like I have an active motivation to continue playing this game for monetary generation. Like, it's not me saying like I dislike Genshin. I actually do like my job. It's crazy, I know, but I generally enjoy my job other than the editing part because I do think I've lost motivation for editing. That's why I yapped about earlier. I'm probably gonna seek out an editor at the start of the year. It's going to be one of my main goals to do sooner rather than later is get a for realsies editor, not like the little trial editor. Like Atomic was fine. I don't have any major problems with like their editing skills per se, but I think their editing style wasn't quite what I wanted. I have some more, I learned from the experience. I have some more specific things in mind. And I now have enough experience with sponsorship stuff that I'm pretty sure I can utilize sponsorship deals to be able to afford to properly play an editor as well. But the kinds of skills I need aren't like necessarily that high end, so which also means I don't think the editor that I would need is going to be super expensive, but we'll see. So anyways, I have almost no other hobbies beside D&D, so I'm okay spending a bit on Genshin. Yeah. Like, spending money and whatever is fine, depending on what kind of value you get out of it in your life, and yeah. So, anyways, new jeans songs. What does that mean? I want to play games with skip buttons. If I'm skipping the story in a game, then the story is shit garbage. That's not quite true. If I'm skipping a story in the game, it's because the game isn't respecting my time enough, or the story is shit garbage. And if either of those factors are true, is a game that I'm more inclined to not play, quite frankly. Like, that's my state. That's my standpoint. I don't think a skip button has to exist. No one complains about a skip button. I mean, not nobody. Like, there's a reason for a skip button to exist. I get it. Like, I think it makes sense for Genshin to have a skip button because of like the respecting players' time level things. But like the only in recent memory, the only story I have skipped in Zenless was during the Yidhari patch. I skipped most of the Yidhari story. Like I read the summaries and whatever, and I got the general gist of what was going on in case it was relevant for future story. It didn't seem that relevant for future story. And whatever, but like I just wasn't engaged with that specific storyline. I gave it a little bit of a go and then started skipping through it because of FOMO bullshit, right? Where it's like, well, I gotta finish this story before the time of the patch is up and whatever. So, yep. That character review, I used the reward. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, didn't someone say they wanted to flex their Lonnie earlier? I missed that. I apologize. Where is it? I didn't even see it. Account showcase for 2025 to show differences from last year. What do you mean? Was it? Yeah, no, I didn't have an editor. Just let me farm on auto. I don't want to farm Ocean 20 times. Eh. Damn, the smoking is real. Yep. All those times I've been talking to you before, Tars, they were actually a lie. I was using a voice changer. So anyways, I don't I know it's a hot take. Like, I think it'd be fine if Genshin had a skip button. I wouldn't turn it on, I don't think. I think I could very much turn it into a bad habit where I start neglecting paying attention to some things that can be valuable from Genshin, right? And like, as someone who enjoys Genshin, I want to be able to keep myself open to enjoying things, even if I don't enjoy them on a generalized sense. Like, I want to keep myself open to them being able to make the story better, right? Having a skip button means like all you have to do is have one thing that someone perceives as poorly written or whatever else that just and largely it's just going to be dictated by someone's mood at the time oftentimes, right? Someone's just not in the mood to sit through the story, but then they're going through the story anyways for the gambling rewards, then they skip through it, right? And it's like I want like I don't play this game just for gambling, yo. I do want to actually like experience the product rather than the monetization system. Anyways, First 1999 is a good story, but I wouldn't know. I skipped it to farm. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. Like, I think it'd be fine if it exists for the people that want it, but I'm pretty sure its existence would mean most people would overuse it, and they would never even give themselves the chance to enjoy some things that they might have enjoyed if they actually gave it a shot, right? Like, that's my kind of vibe. Like there's a very good chance if the skip button existed, I would have skipped through the Nod Cry story because previous experiences with the Genshin story would have just pushed me towards wanting to skip constantly. Do I think it would be nice for an option for the purpose of like, hey, I have a challenge account on polearms only, and boy would it make doing story content in polearms only a lot more tolerable when I've already experienced the story content and I don't need to experience it again. Yes. It would be nice to have that for that purpose. And like that's the reason like I think it'd be fine if it existed, but it certainly shouldn't be enabled by default. And yeah, anyways. Wait, what was I saying before? Oh yeah, I was looking for the Vile. Can you link your UID again and whatever character you wanted? Because I can't find the message. I'm blind. So anyways, how can we properly give feedback if half the player base is skipping? Yeah. So anyways, it's a new week, and oh, there's a new event. How exciting! I finished all of these yesterday, by the way. Speaking of like story that a lot of people would skip, I can tell you one thing that I would probably skip if there was a skip button is probably the event quests. I oftentimes just or on like my secondary accounts, I never really do the like extra main event stuff. I usually try to do the main quests on my main account, but how much I pay attention to it is a big old, it depends. In this instance, I paid attention to it. Like I could give you a summary of what happened to it. It was, you know, just the girl with her parents and like the oldie story of overprotective parents, but like their overprotectiveness is somewhat justified because of past experience with their kid when she was younger. And so it's basically a nerd, I don't know, it's a nerd made some friends and then starts doing activities outside for once in her damn life. And then the parents are like, oh no, our child who we've sheltered her whole life is going outside and that's scary. And then it ended with, you know, she doesn't get first place because she chooses to be a good person rather than someone who just cares about winning their reward at the end of it all. That was, yeah, the lesson was touch grass, exactly. So anyways, and that was fine. Like it was fine. But like, would I have been fine with skipping that and never experiencing it? Yes. I do think most of the event quests in Genshin specifically tend to be pretty meh. And not worth going through. Like I'd be down with them adding a skip button specifically for the event quests because they're FOMO stuff, right? Like there's FOMO rewards for them. And therefore I think it would make sense to add a skip button there, but not for like the Archon quest. But well, they have FOMO rewards for the fucking Archon quest too now, so whatever. Point is, they created the problem. Genshin games created the problem for themselves, right? With the problem of FOMO, and like 2 piece Lan Yan 75 170 117. Yeah, that's a real good Lan Yan. That's a real good Lan Yan attack combo Lan Yan. Yeah, very nice. So summer events though, yeah, no, I mean some of the events are good though. Yeah. So like conversely, if there was a skip button for events, and even if 80% of events were ass, I don't even think 80% of them are ass. I think there are some there's definitely event quests that have been good, right? Not that aren't just the summer events, that is. But if like 50% of events are ass, that's enough to make most players just habitually skip through all events, right? If there's a skip button. And then just be streaming all night for Zenless. We'll see. We'll see how I feel later tonight. Like if I'll probably end the stream, right? And then maybe I'll go live for. If I go live for Zenless, it'll be live on Twitch only. But anyways, Meow Meow member for 3 months. Who is people? No, we don't. Meow Meow. We keep the in jokes for that Twitch stream was its own thing. For anyone that's not aware, I streamed on Twitch on Saturday 2 days ago. When I was more sick than I was today, but I sounded better, I think. And anyways, worst event quests. I mean, thing is, my brain doesn't remember worsts that well. I just tend to avoid them from my memory. No, Aqua, stop it. Stop it. Do I have to explain it? See, I mentioned it. Now people are going to do the joke. So, in the Twitch stream, my brain was on sick energy, okay? And I don't know, I don't remember why it came up in conversation, but I like made a sarcastic joke of like, you know, this is a really controversial topic nowadays, really hot take nowadays, so I apologize. It was something like this, right? I don't remember exactly why I started going down this track, but it was like, you know, this is a controversial hot take. I know, guys, I don't know if you're ready for this. Women are people. I basically just did that joke, right? You know, women are people. What happened to my voice? Apparently I caught the sickness that gives me simulated 35 years of smoking. Can they wear pants? Not to hoyovers. Only hoyovers ladies only wear the galaxy as pants if your name is Skirk. And well, most Hoyo ladies, if they wear pants, they still must show thigh. Anyways, so Luna canceled. I know it's really controversial. I'm risking my entire well-being by saying women are people. But then like 2 minutes later, someone gave me some Genesis crystals, and I was like, what? And I was like, and then my brain, of course, made the joke because it was a good opportunity for a joke. I was like, hey guys, this is how you get free primogems from people. You just say women are people, and then you get free primogems. It's an infinite primogem hack. Then you don't need to worry about the skip button. Just say women are people, and then give your UID. So that's why. So if you see people in my chat that say "women are people" with a UID, like with 9 numbers at the end of it, that's the joke they're referencing now at this point. But yeah. Anyway, we were talking about a lot of things, gnarly man. We were talking about a lot of things. I don't remember. Anyways, what am I doing? Boy, my brain is still a little sick, clearly. I said I was going to practice a Skirk combo today. So the two things I want to test with the Skirk combo. I want to test, so actually I haven't. So I want to test N3 walk. Okay, yeah, N3 walk is not that hard unless it changes with the her. I don't think it does. No, it's the same. Okay, N3 walk is pretty easy. He's not wrong. Okay. I guess that, you know, that's L on my part for just like I just spouted. I did like human monkey brain rhetoric where like everyone sees the notation of her complicated combos and just like it's complicated. It's not worth doing. Wika is pyro. Yeah, no, I think that was after the joke. Yeah. So, anyways, and I don't even remember. I don't think whoever gave me the primogems said they gave them for. I don't think they identified themselves, which is fine. But whoever you are, thank you though, because they are enabling me to get Columbina without having to spend money, which is good. Also, in case you're wondering if I have thoughts on any kind of updates to Columbina's kit. What do you mean? I don't know anything about Columbina's kit. I've never seen a single thing about Columbina's kit. I've never, as far as I'm aware, Columbina, the only thing I know is Columbina's coming out next patch. I don't know a single thing about Columbina's kit, guys. Wink. 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 Anyways, what was it saying? Tea is finished. Tea is finished. Okay. What about Alice? I mean, I don't know anything about Alice's kit either, but maybe for different reasons. It's alright. Anyways, resin. Let's go farm you, because I might need these drops still. What are these? Well, I have none of that one. So why do I have so many freaking queens? Okay. Why do I have so many queens? Because women are queens. That's why. 645-208-216. Women are queens. Anyway. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, let's just play this team. Sorry. I guess we could practice the combo against this boss. But so okay, no. So I want to practice again because when Skirk first came out, I practiced her like good combo. But her good combo is N5, and this is like 15% better than just like N5 spam. And N5 spam is bad. Like, you really shouldn't N5 spam. You sound like you smoked a lot. Yep, that's the joke in the title. Men are objects 602-975-198 base take. Why are we talking about women? Is that a new Genshin character? Yep. Anyways, so sorry. The good skirt combo that was like the good one that's not that hard to do if you practice it a little bit is N5 Q to cancel the N5, then you N5 D, and D standing for dashing. So N5 Q, N5 dash, N5 dash, and then N2, and I still don't know actually. I should DM 7. All the people that I've seen doing like, these Skirk combo testing, they don't have C1 Skirk, which is fine, a good respectable decision. I somewhat regret going for C1 Skirk, not because it's bad, but just because it hasn't really mattered, and I think having it also actively incentivizes me to not try to get better at playing. So anyways, N5, the easy combo is N5Q, N5D, N5D, N2 charge, and then N5D, N2, I believe. So that's from, if you want the video on going over this combo, it's not from 7, but 7 goes over the video. He goes over it. But yeah, this is the basic combo, right? The basic optimized combo you should do. And I'm bad at it. Most likely the reason I'm bad at it is because of my habit of holding a directional key, or just being bad in general. But also I just like haven't actually tried to practice it meaningfully since Skirk released. Like I tried practicing it when Skirk released because I was like pretty dedicated to trying to see how much I could push my Skirk play without like her signature weapon and whatever early on. So anyways, I'll link this again because I linked it earlier, but oh oops, gotta go to the different window. Brap. But yeah, check it out from 7. It's a good video. But then the rest of this video is mostly focused on the more complicated combo. So he goes over some specifics of why this combo exists, and I didn't even know these specifics because I hadn't really directly partaken in any of the work people had put in to investigating Skirk's ability to do certain things. So, but basically, it's you don't do N5s at all, essentially. And he's like, oh yeah, this is like really intimidating at a baseline. If you just look at this, 2 N2D, N2Q, 2 N2, N2D, N3W, N2CD, N2D, N3W, seems kind of complicated. Are YouTubers people? No, of course not. And and I never even bothered because like I just jumped out of the rhetoric that like everyone jumped onto, being like, this is so complicated. It's like whatever, you can go back to my streams and be like, I don't understand. I literally have said things like, I don't understand how people are doing these combos because like Skirk walk cancels are hard. But I don't know who originally said Skirk walk cancels are hard to me. But like I can do N3W consistently here. Right, I'm doing N3W there. Right, like so what 7 did is 7 broke down in that video. He broke down, I don't know if I do that. Actually maybe I did because I didn't have energy drink Charlotte. He broke down the components of this combo, right? And yeah. And oh come on, God dang it. Breaking down the components of the combo and like showing you how you can, get good at doing the individual components is how you, practice them and then get better at doing them consistently. So that's basically what I want to do. What do you do if the enemy attacks you? I mean, well, that's his point later in the video, where like the point isn't that you're going to do these combos 100% of the time consistently, right? Like right now, there's no reason to fulfill doing the combo because the enemy couldn't take any damage. But being able to execute them when they can matter is important, but it is 100% more important to be able to route and being able to adapt your rotation. But knowing how to do these kinds of things is one of the tools that can allow you to adapt your rotation to certain enemies, right? Doing different things. Oops, I never jumped there. Good play. I was trying something there, but then what I was trying was to die. That was my intent. It is generally speaking your best strategy to succeed in Genshin.
I shall take the spotlight once more.
Anyways, but yeah, like all attacks end up getting. Where are you? Hello? Why are you over here? All attacks get interrupted by death. All attacks get interrupted by being interrupted. All attacks get interrupted by the enemy doing a spinny attack and running 5 miles away from you in the abyss. It's not exactly like the reason to invalidate doing any combos, though. Like if you get good at doing some of these combos in a neutral standpoint, which the hard part about Genshin and practicing these combos is like the neutral standpoint doesn't really exist. But right now there is an enemy that exists in Abyss, or not in Abyss, in Stygian, that you can pretty much just practice combos on, which is notable, and that's part of the reason I kind of wanted to make this stream, even though I don't think I'm going to actually successfully do the combo or anything, and I'm probably not even going to properly do it. The fact that this plunge boss is largely a boss that with a lot of teams you can just schmack on. It's basically pretty close to a damage dummy, at menacing difficulty, not at fearless. And yeah, virus is spreading to later gens. OMG. I mean, I don't know, I maintain, like, I don't even realize that a lot of the things that I adapt into my vocabulary and whatever are things that people consider to be, you know, gen whatever humor sometimes. To be clear, the 6-7 thing is definitely something that I haven't adopted as something I actually think is funny. I can adopt it as a meme I recognize. Actually, you know what my favorite variation is? This is just the nerd in me, to be clear. I think, you know, the 6-7 thing, or 67, whatever the fuck, because both are funny. It's just the numbers together are funny, right? That's my understanding. Is, yeah, no one thinks 6-7 is funny, and that's what's funny apparently. Yes, it's not the funniest number is not 6-7 67. It's actually 68 plus or minus 1. Which is funnier in text form, in my opinion. I think 68 plus or minus 1 is funnier in text form because you can use the plus minus symbol. So anyway, 69 question mark. This is 68 plus or minus 1 is 67 or 69. So the joke is that you recognize it, so you're part of the meme. Yeah. So anyway, if I see anyone doing 68 plus or minus 1, it'll get a giggle out of me, to be honest. So anyways, like, I don't know, like I think a lot of things that people describe as like gen whatever humor nowadays is just like, I maintain my current theory, and this is something that I've been tempted to go back into school to like formalize an idea on and study more directly. Is one, like, generational divides aren't even a real thing in the first place, to be clear. Outside of some specific instances, like the baby boomer generation has a pretty clear divide, but that you can track statistically. Most generations aren't really a clear thing. They're just because people are born every year kind of thing. And unless there's socioeconomical situations that cause more people to be born in a particular span of years than normal, then there's not a clear divide between generations, right? But on a simplified sense, there is a line between, you know, the tendencies that you expect someone of a particular age bracket to stereotypes of people in particular age brackets, right? Whatever. And that's usually what people use generational labels for, is to stereotype people, is to categorize people, because it's easier to think about reality if you start throwing labels and categorizations around, and even if they're stupid assumptions, right? But the interesting thing to think about, to me though, is more how the internet allows a certain level of interconnectivity without any, because like people mentioned before that they were surprised I was, you know, I'm almost 30. I know, right? And it's like, not even a question of like, do I feel almost 30, but it's just like, even for my peers that are my age or older than me, like I have friends that are like, how old are they? I don't even know how old they're in their 30s, okay? And they're good friends of mine. But like I sometimes use words and they're just like, what the fuck does that mean? And I'm like, oh, I just used a Gen Z or a whatever word, right? Like, and like one recent example of this is that they had no idea what the fuck it meant. And I was like, how the fuck do you not know what this means? They didn't know what mauled was, right? Mauled. And like, I was just like, what? I was like, what is that? Okay, maul. Okay, to be clear, mauled is a minorly outdated term now, at this point. But it's a term. Yeah, it's conjoining of mad and bald. Like you got so angry. It's usually basically like getting overly angry, kind of thing. No, not mauled, like mauled by a lion. Are you molding now? Yeah, it is a kind of shitty term. So anyways, like it's a little bit older, right? And that's why I was like surprised that I've only seen it as Twitch jargon. It's on the decline. Yeah, it definitely originated on Twitch. So, but it's funny though, because like I don't watch that much Twitch, and like I use that before I, for example, started watching more Twitch lately, because I've started watching more Twitch as like Twitch peoples in general, as I have started streaming on Twitch, because I think that's just what you do. I think if you want to be successful in any kind of platform, you should also partake in the community level in some form. I feel like it's Reddit slang. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it was Twitch slang that went to Reddit, and I don't know. I've certainly spent too much time on Reddit in the past. I don't spend as much time anymore, thankfully. But yeah, also, yeah, true. All roads lead to Reddit. So like saying it's Reddit doesn't even necessarily mean anything, because many things can go to Reddit. I could have just picked it up from Google searches with Reddit on the end, because I was trying to find answers to things. So anyways, the point is not where it originated from or whatever, or where I picked it up. The point is that like, it's just a term that, you know, people could oftentimes ascribe to a particular generation, and that my peers that were slightly older than me didn't have any idea what it was. I don't think it was actually because they're older than me though. I think it was because I am like we're not so in such a disconnected age bracket that that there's that much meaning or likelihood to attribute that to specifically age. And instead it's more just like how we spend our time, and they spend their time less in places that they were unlikely to pick up the term, right? If you don't spend your time in groups of people that use the term, they're not going to pick up the term, right? That's fundamentally how language acquisition works, and how new words come into being, is people use them and people mutually recognize them as a term together, and then they start being used more. And for a lot of these like internet terms, such as mauled or whatever the fuck, a lot of these kinds of terms never end up being adopted into like larger use, right? A lot of them are very temporary. Some of them more temporary than others. And mauled was one that was a little bit longer lasting, I would say, but also never clearly never broke out of a certain sphere, as much as some other terms do and whatever. So, anyways, so Luniverse is getting to the point. I mean, yeah. How do I not mauled in Stygian? Exactly. Yeah, that would be a context of using mauled. Yep. The use of chat is a very Twitch streamer thing. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a funny thing. Like, I've had to catch myself before again started using it on Twitch, but like, I think there's a non-insignificant amount of people that will just use chat as a disambiguized term to refer to like other people listening to them. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've like. I'm pretty sure I've caught people like I have to catch myself from saying it in YouTube videos, right? Yeah, chat equals y'all. Yeah, it's basically chat equals y'all. I would not be surprised if like chat ends up being one of the words that's like adopted into the overall language structure, and then its meaning just gets adapted into meaning y'all in the future. But it also could die. Who knows, right? But it's just a side effect of like it has the purposeful reference of like when live streaming. Obviously, I right now refer to you guys as chat. That makes sense as the word means in a normalized sense to most people right now. But like if I'm recording a YouTube video and I say chat, most people would probably still understand what I mean, even though it's not live. There's no one chatting with me, right? But then like. I can't like name a specific situation, but I swear I've seen a meaningful increase in people using the word chat in edited YouTube videos when they weren't live streaming, or it wasn't obvious in the YouTube video they were live streaming and talking in chat. And I feel like I've heard it in real life too at some point. Maybe from my own damn mouth, but maybe I'm just remembering because like I had to stop myself from saying it. I don't know. Anyways, but it's an implication that like the fact that my brain like almost automatically uses it means that the meaning itself is adapting in my brain subconsciously, kind of thing, right? Y'all is such a good term. It is. Y'all is a great term. Chat is a shitty replacement for y'all. I think we should all just use y'all. Y'all is like the pride of that's the true pride of the American South. That and the very high number of people that have the belief that women are people. That's also the pride of the American South. Hopefully people understand that joke. Anyways, chat is funny. Chat is funny. It is a funny term. Obviously the South is well known for respecting women. Yep. True. American South is well known for that. I don't get how there's not an official word for plural you. Yeah, I mean, it's they. It like before certain people decided that for some reason, because of the fact that some people preferred people using it. Like, I was using they, them as group pronouns, whatever, referring to whatever, anyways, whatever. Maybe did I read your thing wrong? I might have read your thing wrong. I don't know. Gallon is subscribed with Prime. Yeah. Good all y'all. I don't know what's going on with D-Cup's message in chat, but anyways. Pronouns aren't real, you're being woke. True. You know what else is not real? Most things regarding humans. Reality is largely socially constructed. Isn't they third person? Yeah, that's why I said wait, and I think I interpreted your comment wrong, and I'm a dumbass. So, anyways. Yeah, it used to be they, them, but now it's got a little bit wishy-washy. I mean, they, them still is plural, right? Anyway, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I need to figure out where I'm spending my resin. I want to do any more weekly bosses. I did get a dream solvent already, which is nice. I don't need Everything is a social construct with a bunch of numbers. It has to be a UID, meow meow. If it's not a valid Genshin UID, the meme format doesn't work. What am I? Why did I click on that? Oh, I can still farm this whole day. Oh yeah, because it's 1 week. Okay. Wait, no, I don't need to farm this today. Okay, I guess because I have enough for Columbina to level 8 in one talent in the first week and then 6 in the other talent. So I think they is also just a good way to talk about someone you're just not sure about their sex. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, let me blow my nose. Anyways, okay, so what do I want to do? I can wait. Am I not allowed to pre-farm? Oh, I have extra materials from freaking Never's quest. Let's go. Okay, so I actually would have to review an agreement to know whether. Okay, I guess just to be safe. I'm farming this boss for no particular reason, guys. Who knows why I'm farming this boss? I couldn't tell you why. I don't know. Cat cam. Or remind me in a second. There's no cats near me right now, but... Shoopa! So anyways. No particular reason. Colors aren't real. True. No particular reason. Crippling boredom, yeah. I am farming this instead of farming artifacts for no reason at all. Boop. Do. Hydro crystals. Yeah, we do know, actually it's true. We do know Columbina. Have you seen? That's true. That is the reason I am farming. We do know Columbina needs hydro crystals because she's been announced as a hydro character. And do you see how terrible my hydro crystal situation is? If she coincidentally also happens to use these boss materials for Ascension, that's just a bonus. Oh, big crystal. Let's freaking go. That's what we're farming for, after all. Oh boy. Who's Columbina? I don't know who this is. Yeah, I know who she is. She exists. We know she's coming out next patch. Oh, you're cooked. I mean, I'm probably gonna have to convert some crystals, to say the least. Ow. I'll worry about converting them after I finish farming. Wait, what do you mean by, what do I mean by finish farming? Oh, frick, what the okay. Oh, don't worry, surely a defense percent scaling unit that can use Wanderer's Troop will come out. Actually, wait. No, she's not a catalyst or bow. Frick. Wait, no, I don't know about that. Wait, oops, sorry. I know nothing about Jibai. I guess it is like a 2-piece set, potentially. Or defense scaling EM characters that may or may not exist in the future. Can I have that? No. You want it for a Lua or something, I'm guessing. So, yep. Why is chat in an existential crisis? Probably because I said everything, or all of reality is a social construct. Not all of reality, most of reality. I only got 2 artifacts? Oh yeah, because I locked the other 2. Okay. Why did I go here? Never had to worry about farming the crystals. Must be nice. I didn't have to for a long time. But now they matter more than the boss drops to me. So, yup. Do. Okay. Why did I come back here again? Oh, I guess I can check my crystal situation. many can I craft? 13. Okay. How many do you need to ascend a character normally? Like, I don't know why I went there. You need like only one of the base one, right? So, and then I can just check. Any character. So you need 1, and then you need 9, 9, right? Yeah, 1, 9, 9, 6. Okay. See how close I can get. So I can do up to. How is there not a character that like gives you a higher chance of like how? Why haven't they released a character that can dupe these? It makes no sense to me. Anyways, there we go. Okay, and that is okay. So I have enough to do everything but the final ascension, aka the most expensive one. Okay. Perfect. That's exactly the ideal. I guess for now I will take a peek. See what is my. Okay, I have a bunch of pyro crystals. I mean, not really. I have a little bit more than I have. Let's just go to my other inventory. Do I have enough heroes wits? No, not quite. Okay. I'm gonna need more and more heroes wits. So I'm probably gonna spend most of the patch farming heroes wits in Mora. Okay. I could theoretically spend some time on artifacts, but realistically not. So, which means who knows when I'm gonna return to the current Natlan artifact domain. Oh yeah, I finally ordered some sound panels, by the way. I just ordered cheap ones, because generally speaking, cheap sound panels. Oh yeah, cat. There's only one cat near me. He's over there. You can barely see him because of the light. But he's there. The other one. Oh, there's the other one. What you doing, sir? He's contemplating existence, I guess. Do I have a toy I can throw at him? Not within reaching distance. Okay. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, is he trying to bury leftover food that is not there? He eats all his food and then he tries to bury the leftovers. So, anyways, teapot gift set for characters for gem shards. Honestly, that's maybe the most compelling argument you can make for me to do teapot sets. So, okay, so let's see. I am not planning on getting Ilua or Jibai, but I am probably gonna level up Ningguang at least, is my current thinking. So probably don't use Geo Crystals. I'm probably gonna get Nicole. Animal Crystals don't exist. Good God, okay. I guess Cryo Crystals. They're the only ones I have a little bit of excess of. So, and I currently have enough Cryo Crystals that if I use basically all of them, I could create enough to fully ascend Columbina. Sick. And if they dare release a Cryo character I like, I'm doomed. Zenless summons today? Nicole's Animo? No, she is not Animo, but I don't have any Animo crystals. So, yep. Is that a Genshin book? Oh, you want to see the Genshin book? Am I gonna get in trouble for showing this? Probably not, right? I'm not gonna show the full thing. That I might. Oh, my mouse needs to be charged. I'll plug my mouse in quick. 1 second. I hear Windows bidding. I may or may not do a stream of this eventually. Zoomed in. Oops. But yeah, is the Genshin cookbook. I don't even cook. I just bought it because it wasn't that expensive and I thought it was cool and I thought it might be a funny video idea to do. There's the dude that, or one of the main dudes that worked on it. But yeah, let me open up to an actual recipe. But yeah, you can, so it goes through its dishes from Mondstadt to Liyue, to Inazuma Sumeru, and Yeah, so cash browns, also cat. Good leap. So, mushroom things, sauteed matsutakes. This looks pretty good, actually. There's a lot of things in here I wouldn't be willing to eat personally. Those are probably one that I'd be willing to try. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, it's kind of fun. So, I was tempted to do a video like, I think he hungry. Yeah, clearly. I was tempted to do a video trying to cook things myself, me without much cooking experience, because like the recipes in there are like typical recipe things where, no, don't attack the cord. You saw the cord moving around because I was moving the mouse. Oh, and okay, I love that as soon as I plugged in the mouse, by the way, he came to go and sit down. Now I can't really use my mouse because it has a cord attached to it. I mean, I can kind of use the mouse. Let's connect controller while the mouse charges. I have actually, let me check if it delivered. It was out for delivery. Can I go get it now? Let's see. Oh, it says it was delivered an hour ago. Well, like right when I started streaming. Nice. Okay. So I bought a little, like a tray thingy so that I can put my mouse on that tray when this creature is doing this. Because as we all know, this spot is the cat's first and foremost, and not the mousing spot. So when the cat is, you know, sitting on a cord when I have my mouse charging, kind of difficult to do anything. Official's dish? Yeah, I think a lot of character signature dishes are in there. Rosaria's like chicken dishes in there. So. Anyways, maybe I can go grab that, but we'll just use controller for now. Although, well, actually, okay. It's gonna be very hard for me to practice animation cancel combos on controller. Like I can play fine on controller, but not like, I don't know. I've literally never tried to practice a single animation cancel combo other than like dash canceling plunges kind of thing on controller. You can see your microwave from here. Yeah, you can. How exciting. So, look at that. Look at that thumb, by the way. Can I show you his claws? Yeah. Not really. It's kind of dark, but this is the one with 2 claws. It's hard to see, but there are 2 claws there. One of them seems like it actually chipped the tip off. I should probably trim the nails manually. So, anyways. Say monitor tilted downwards? No. Why would you assume that? When I am angling my phone on the kitten, the phone is angled downwards, so it probably looks like the monitor is tilted downwards, but you are seeing distortion from the lens because it is a camera lens. So it looks like it's bending a little bit, but it doesn't if I do this, right? Because the camera, when you are there's software magic going on to address some of the distortion, but anyways. So, and if I change to, for example, this camera, this one is not the ultra wide camera, so it probably looks a little different. Although, I had to like zoom back to give you the equivalent.
All things come to
Right.
an end, even time itself.
Compare that to the ultra wide, which can show you the full display in frame, but I can be closer to the microphone, closer to the desk. So, yeah. Anyways, just how camera things work. Anyways, Bennett's burnt egg in there. I think there might be an egg thing in there, but I don't remember. Let him clear Stygian. Sure, we'll do that. From here on, all the Lan Yan things that we do in this stream are definitely the cat. I guess while the cat is sitting here, we will try to do Lan Yan stuff rather than Skirk things, because I don't think I can actually for realsies practice Skirk stuff with a controller. But controller. Okay, there we go. Still hasn't looked at the accounts. Totally look at my near perfect Candace build. Sure, Candace. Yep, definitely a Candace build. Candace, and Elisa. Here, can I adjust this a little bit? Whoop. I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to do, but like this. There we go. So, I cleared Dire with Lisa. Yep, and it was definitely Lisa, and not using the shill characters that... Yep, definitely Lisa. Sadly, that's how Dire works. If you're on-fielding someone else, it just happens to be on-fielding with whatever. Anyways, Candace. Definitely a level 20 Candace with Staff of Homa. With an EM timepiece and EM goblet. And 4-piece Knight of Skies and Villain. Yep. Did you get an improvement here since I saw it last? I don't remember. I would like these pieces for my Nefer though, to be honest. I mean, my timepiece is about equivalent, but this piece is ridiculous. This piece is ridiculous. New circlet. Okay, I see. Yep, he's a very good circlet. You probably need that ER, so yeah. Very nice. Definitely is not a pre-built for anyone. Okay, let's see. I finished spending resin here. I guess I can go log into Poems Only quick. Wait, what? Expedition's done. Did I just happen to click on my expeditions at the worst possible time 10 minutes ago?
Ad Astra Abyssa.
Just spammed X for no reason. Claim. Yep, I did. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Over vape Candace build. Yep. Expedition 33. I actually installed it last night and I was tempted to play it yesterday. But I got tired and went to bed. So, yep. I elixired it and didn't pick ER. Nice. As elixirs do. Oh yeah, frick. I just realized theater reset today. I guess theater, I left the title, or I left the thumbnail a little bit vague for a reason. I wasn't fully committed to practicing the Skirk combos. I do think practicing the Skirk combos is kind of insane. But you know, another thing we could do that's insane is we could try to do theater. We could also go into the casual account and try to complete some endgame stuff before it reset. No, I know it's not, I know it didn't reset. Sorry, sick brain. It didn't reset, but it is resetting in 2 days. So if I want to go complete the current theater on Visionary and Polearms only, I have to do it, right? Like now or tomorrow. Or Wednesday, whatever. SDV downloaded a bunch of mods. I didn't play it. I don't know what SDV is, but... Sorry, I had to cough. Do it tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. We do have to log into Polearms only regardless, so... Anyways, let's go log into Polearms really quick and we can come back here. We can do some Lan Yan things, maybe. I do want to do some Lan Yan stuff, so... It's fine. And Lan Yan should be playable. Oh, wait. Well, with Farazan, it's going to be awkward. I wanted to do the clear with Farazan, not C2C Lolly. Against the Plunge Boss. Now that I have Lan Yan crowned. But... we'll see. Turtle. Okay. Switch accounts. Oops, I just logged into the same account. Good job. I just double clicked. But yeah, a lot of like my problems with practicing, as far as like practicing the Skirk combos go, and practicing combos in general in Genshin, I have a lot of bad habits accrued from the side effect of, a lot of people have these habits, but of like Genshin's latency things and whatever. But one of the main bad habits I have is like inputting things twice because of the fact that like Genshin doesn't feel like, oftentimes because of server latency and whatnot, that it actually takes your input properly. And so I have like years of accrued habit of you know, spamming skill twice or spamming normal attack, whatever. I do the input of one thing twice when I only need to do input of that thing once. And that causes a lot of problems when it comes to like trying to like do combos for realsies in practice. And if this would be a habit that wouldn't be that hard to get rid of if there was a easier method of like properly practicing things. But anyways, Casecraft episode 11 in 7 years. I don't know who does Casecraft. So little to do in Zenless today. Yeah, I'm not even gonna log in until the patch is done. I'm fine with overcapping a little bit. Okay. So I finish. I need to do this. By the way, for anyone who hasn't done, if you finish the main event but hasn't done these, you should do these. These all take like, I think all 4 of them except for the Yai one takes very slightly longer, but all 5 of them, I say 4, 5 of them take like literally 5 minutes together. So that's just 100 primos that you get extremely quickly. So I thought they were gonna take longer for a second, but they did not. So you should do them. Anyways. What do I have for encounter points since I did the event yesterday? 34. Wow, it's like 10 whole days of not needing to do dailies. That's cool, I guess. Let's go here. They're basically anecdotes, yeah. I mean, honestly, they're even shorter than anecdotes. I want to play Hybrid Raiden DMZ Farina. Should the last slot be Sucrose, Yaoyo, or Baiju? I mean, you need healing with Farina, so Yaoyo or Baiju. If you have C1 Baiju, probably C1 Baiju. The only reason to do Yaoyo, though, is because you could... Well, no, DMZ is already going to restrict you to longer rotations anyway, so you may as well do Baiju, yeah. If you're going to use, like, Nahida instead of DMZ, you could get away with whatever. With Yaoyo and doing faster rotations, because Raiden can do 18-second rotations, but Baiju kind of restricts to 20 seconds. You could do burst every other rotation Baiju, theoretically, though. So, Baiju, if you have them, is probably my vote. For simplicity. I really hope, even though I don't know anything about her kit, I do really hope that Columbina with Hybrid Raiden ends up working out. Okay, you're giving me pieces that I can't possibly use, game. Like, it's not, there's no reality where this is better than my current feather for Flynn's, even though it has 3 good stats. I just need a 4-line, I mean, this is the kind of piece that takes, like, 50,000 resin to get. But I feel like I'm 50,000 resin in at this point, to this domain. So it kind of feels insulting at this point that I've gotten shit for options. I just need crit damage, ER, no, well, it doesn't need to have ER. ER would be a nice bonus, but probably not needed in my case. I meant to do Candace. I just need this one simple thing. Crit damage, 4-line, attack percent. With crit rates up stat, of course. It's easy. It's simple. Why can you not give it to me? That flower will 5-roll crit, you think? It has to beat out this, so... You know, oops. Like... If it 5-rolls crit, it's still not better, I don't think. Well, I guess it can be, technically. Because it could max roll the heckin' high beyond, right? It has attack percent. So... It could be better. Fine, I'll do it. Alright, never mind. What the hell, man? Yeah, I've spent a lot of resin in this domain. Like, I've spent enough resin in this domain that at this point, it is somewhat upsetting that I have such terrible options for circlets. My circlet luck is by far the worst. But oh well. I didn't even get enough for 2 pieces here today. Oh my god. Wow, alright. Cool. Am I schizo? Why did I say Sethos? Why did I see Sethos? Did you see Sethos? I have a noob question. Do you? Ask away. I will determine if it's noob or not. I don't need to do that anymore.
Add Astra.
Da-da-da-da.
Thank you for
But yeah, I don't know what his exact rank is right now, but I pretty much have a top 1% Flins, which, with how competitive these leaderboards are, this is an insanely good Flins build, right? This is a ridiculous Flins. But getting an onset circlet would allow me to use a better off-piece. Or not a better off-piece, a better off-piece goblet, sorry. Because the game, this looks okay, but the insulting thing about this one is, it low rolled the hack and high beyond. This low rolled so damn hard that it looks like a piece that has one less roll. So, anyways, it's like barely over 30 CV. Like, come on. I mean, not barely over, it's 35, but a piece with, you can definitely have a 35 CV piece with one less crit roll than this, right? So, anyways. What times Limbo did my stitching? He dissed by artifact quality. I really wish the game didn't hate me as much as it does. Yeah. They're, to be clear, I think, like, when I'm yapping about having bad circuit luck, it doesn't actually, like, that meaningfully affect my overall build, right? We're talking, like, if I had this piece, but as an onset circlet, I could switch to stuff. There we go. I can switch to like this, for example, which might actually I lose a little bit of crit rate, but gain a bunch of crit damage, right? Like I gain 2 high rolls of crit damage functionally, but I also lose crit rate for that. So like the actual gain is less than 2 rolls of crit from getting a cracked on piece circlet, right? And so where I'm complaining there is just like, I don't know, like Flynn's, I'm complaining about having spent a lot of resin not getting good options for circlets, but let's be real, this is actually cracked. I wish I had this on my main account for Nefer. I gotten this too, which could be great, right? But doesn't really have a use here. I have that. Like I have this, which I used for a while on him, but you know, doesn't have crit rate. I have this, like I have gotten this, which is cracked Columbina, or sorry, I don't know anything about whether or not this is good on Columbina. Who knows? I don't know anything about her ability to be a main DPS at all. I know absolutely nothing. Anyways, you get the point, right? So, why is this locked? No. Oh yeah, I got this yesterday. It was, you know, good enough stats with the additional EM roll with perfect crit rolls. Could have theoretically been an upgrade, and then it rolled into defense immediately. So yeah. Anyways, this is a perfect piece. This is close enough to perfect that there's basically no way I'll ever improve it. This can only really be improved by a 4-liner. This could only really be improved by a 4-liner or by higher roll values, and this could only be improved by being an onset piece that then lets me improve the goblet. Like, my Flynn's is absolutely in territory of needs basically perfect artifacts to be improved at this point. And for the amount of resin spent, that is what I would expect. I've spent most of the resin on this account since the domain released on that domain. So, in fact, we can probably pretty strongly get a estimate of that, of the amount of resin by, this is not going to factor in some amount of overworld farming and some of the instances of clearing the abyss, but mostly this should correlate pretty strongly. If we go to living beings, let's see if we can find the enemy. Yeah, this dude. 345. That's less than I thought, but I'm gonna guess at least 330 were in the domain. So 330. Also, well, oh wait, this doesn't factor the Stygian resin, does it? I forgot about that now. Stygian resin is gonna be weird, so we had to add like how many Stygians has there been? 3. So we have to add like at least an additional, what, 7,000 resin? Well, how long does the Stygian thing go for? I've also spent Fragiles in Stygian. I don't know. Anyways, 330 times 40. It's only 13,000 resin. That seems lower than expected. 180 times 90. Oh no, that seems really accurate. Never mind. If it's 330 times 40, 13,000, and there's 16,000 total resin approximately in the last 3 months. Has it only been 3 months? No, it's been more than 3 months since this patch started. It's probably more like 20,000 resin. Either way, factoring in Stygian resin, it seems fairly accurate that I've spent. I said 50,000 resin, but I think my brain just completely miscalculated the approximation. But the point is, I spent almost all the resin. So my build is quite good for being anywhere. But my estimate is my actual estimate is between 15 and 20,000 resin. With the wishy-washiness of I'm not sure how many Fragiles were spent, and I'm not sure how much was spent in Stygian. But so 10 days, yeah, okay. So yeah, 15. I'll just say 15,000 to 20,000 resin for this build, which is probably at least twice the amount of resin that I've spent in the artifact domain on my main account, right? So I have definitely better set options in this set here than I do there. But I level more different characters there, and I'm looking for different kinds of pieces too. So, yep. When your focus is more narrow into one character, it's a lot easier to just hyper invest and all into one character. So, yep. Anyways, I'm happy with where his build is for the resin put in. His build is surprisingly close to perfect for the amount of resin put in, is my vibe. I think I gotten a little lucky on him, but not crazily so. It's mostly felt like it's followed the normal curve of amount of resin put in versus build quality gotten out of it, right? It's my UID, it's in the bottom right. But this is polearms only. If you want my main account UID, it's 645-208-216, but it'll show in the bottom right also when I log back into that account. But yeah, I kind of wanted to, I don't know, I'm not super in the mood for theater right now. But I do want to see if I could still actually do visionary mode for realsies on this account. What's the next theater? Wait, does this qualify? Okay, I guess I'm not going to show it just in case it qualifies as something I'm not supposed to, whatever. Let me check the elements of the next theater. This might have been officially announced too, I don't know. Did they announce the next theater elements ahead of time? I don't remember if they do. Anyways, next theater is... Okay, it's Pyro. Oh, that might be a lot better for polearms only. Yes, because they're in the patch. Okay. So they did officially announce this. Okay, so yeah, it is Pyro, Electro, Hydro. Now the awkward thing for that theater is that I only have one Hydro unit, but that's fine. It's not that different from the current theater where I only have one Animo unit. So Pyro, Hydro, Electro, and the enemies are... Oh, there's a crab. Oh, there's a Knuckle Duckle. Okay. But the last boss is... Wait, is that the last boss? I don't know if it's the last boss. I don't actually know what the order is here, if that's the order proper. This is the order proper. Okay. So first boss is Mechanical Array, so flexible with different teams. Second boss is Fire and Iron, the crab. Then third boss is Knuckle Duck, and last boss is Kenki. And Kenki is flexible. So maybe I just don't bother, even though I specifically leveled characters for this theater for Visionary. Maybe I go for the Visionary full clear on polearms only next theater. What am I doing? Let's see the total number. What am I doing? Oh my god. Here, go here. This button, yeah, okay. Polearms, Pyro, Electro, Hydro. Confirm. So this gives me Arlecchino, which is key, Hu Tao. So it gives us a lot of like on-field DPSs too. So for on-fielders we have Flynn's, who's reliant on Candace. We have Raiden, we have Arlecchino, we have Hu Tao, we have Sino. And then we have Yu for buffing slash off-field, Yu for buffing slash off-field application, Yu who will be needed for 2 of the bosses, Yu, and then Yu as the support too. And we can actually do for realsies overload teams. Interesting. Huh. Like, this is a lot of characters. The next theater is definitely way more doable, I feel like. So I think I'll just probably not bother, no? Like, I think in some ways, to be clear, it might almost be boring. if it ends up being as easy as I'm kind of inclined to think, but theater always ends up being like, if I think it's easy on Polearms only, it ends up being, there's something that ends up happening that's like annoying in the actual sequence of going through it. And I think it's fine. Like right now, the current theater for Polearms only with Cryo, Animo, Pyro is definitely doable to clear in Visionary, and theoretically maybe doable to clear with Visionary with Stars, but near impossible to extremely hard. Needs perfect RNG kind of thing to clear with Stars is my vibe, and a lot of good play. So, like with Star, like I'm not gonna bother doing Visionary with the current one with Stars, right? It would just be clearing Visionary at all with the current one. The next one, I sure as help with that character selection, I should be able to clear with Stars. Like Visionary out of baseline should be easy, and then maybe clearing with Stars is the challenge. That's my thinking. Yansan is an opening character, so -1 on the count. Okay. Actually, yeah, I didn't even look at the total count. Hydro, Pyro, Electro. I think I might have enough to start. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 5, 25, 26, -1, 25. But then plus the other starters if they're included there that aren't leveled up there. What are the other starters? 25. Eonson is a starter. Clorin, don't have her. Dahlia, don't have him. Siege Rain, don't have. Yanfei, I do have leveled up already. Mawika. Okay. So it's +4. Okay, so I have 30. That's enough, right? How many do you need for Visionary? Kale too? Oh, did I miss Kale? I'm blind. 28. Okay, so I definitely have enough. Sick. Yeah, okay, let's just wait then. 65 crit, 247 crit damage, 124 ER for Flints. Nice, yeah, that's a good build. Yeah, 28 to 32. Okay, sick. I'll even get some extra buffs. Alright. Can you beat Lunar and do their Arcana? Well, that's the point. Sorry, did I say Visionary? Yeah, I was saying Visionary the whole time. Sorry. I'm talking Lunar mode. My brain. Sorry, my brain's used to Visionary being the max difficulty. The whole past 5-10 minutes, every time I said Visionary, I meant Lunar mode. That is the whole point. I already cleared Visionary. I don't care about Visionary. Is not hard. Visionary is generally speaking relatively easy on Polearms only. Like all the difficulty we had last time was not really with clearing Visionary. We cleared Visionary without much difficulty, but we had a lot of optimization we were doing because I was trying to get stars to see if I could clear Lunar. And I am confident with this theater, even with as few characters as I have available, I'm pretty sure I could clear Lunar mode on Polearms only, but it's like annoying. Whereas the next one should be easy to clear Lunar mode, and I'm pretty sure getting the stars is doable too. So we'll see. Anyways, I'm fine with waiting for that. Okay. Cat. What the frick did I just trigger?
Whoa! This is way too many books. Considering this library
What is this?
organizing seeing it in person
Is this a
something
doer
else.
quest?
Why, if it isn't Cutie and Paimon. Let me guess.
Oh, it's the Hexeride thing. Oh, that's funny. Okay.
What might you both be?
Yeah,
here
well, I
for?
don't really have a need to do those on
Imagine
this
my
account,
surprise when I
unfortunately.
glanced down the book. There are books of and sorting them myself. All that
To
to
do.
say, I would treat you to some tea.
Don't worry,
Yeah, I knew it was familiar. I couldn't remember what it was, but yeah. Bye, Lisa. Did you just randomly glow for some reason? Oh yeah, I remember the random freeze frames with the camera zooming in, which made this feel really weird. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Should I just alt F4? Lisa, come back, yeah. Please. Okay, anyways, so... Oh, I'll tell YouTube chat this as well. Hello, Alice. Since it's Hexarai related.
You must not have noticed, Paimon. I wasn't the one
I
who
have...
barged in at all. When you...
And to be clear, this is not something I have... I don't have any direct insider knowledge of this. I want to be clear.
No matter.
I do not have... I do not have any early access to Miliastra Wonderland. I really want, though, I really want custom combat to be added to Miliastra. I want the player base to be able to make custom game modes for combat. I think it would do a lot for me, and I think many people. And I think it would be beneficial for Hoyoverse to get people to play Miliastra, right? Whereas right now the vast majority of the player base just ignores it, which I think is fair. So I think they can improve the game mode, and more people would actually consider making anything in it, not just combat related things, if custom combat was available. I'm currently inclined to believe that they will not do that. I guess unexpected commission epilogue. Here, we'll go talk to Lisa Sylveon, just to give you some more Lisa screen time.
Oh, you finished sorting already?
Women are people. Better UI, yeah, that's certainly something they could help with. I don't think it'll happen, but I will. You remind me if because they're gonna do the stream. I think at the end. Is it the end of this week? Yeah, because New Year's Day is so the stream. I believe the like Columbian announcement, whatever next version stream is this Friday. I'll do my normal live stream reacting to it. So remind me if I forget, because I want to say it in the stream itself. I will commit to C6ing Nicole. I almost said Alice there. I will commit to C6ing Nicole. Maybe I'll do it anyways because I like Nicole. I don't know. The problem with watching Kiwi content is Kiwi is getting me to devolve into a brain rot puller. I jokingly said I was considering pulling C6. Like, it was mostly meant to be a joke. Because she was like, I'm gonna get C6. I was watching her go through the story. Wait, sorry, to finish my yap. We'll talk about that in a second. But, yeah, I'll commit to it. I will 100% commit to C6 Nicole if they announce custom combat in the next version stream. I will do it. I will commit, and I'll probably regret. Yeah, it'll probably be C6 Yelan all over again. It'll probably make me like. It'll probably take a character I like and make me not play her. But anyways, Chinese players play it in droves, and that's the only customers Hoyo really cares about. Really, are the Chinese players playing a lot of Miliastra? Really? Is that actually real? Why? That's kind of crazy to me. Like, what kinds of can we get the games that they're playing? I don't care if they're Chinese. We can feel our way to. Is there people who have posted those on the accessible to the North America servers? One of the big problems I do think with Miliastra is Genshin's stupid and default not cross-server thing. I know that people in other regions can publish their games in other regions. I don't know if Chinese players can then. It has great games and they are way more active. That's one of the main things Miliastra actually needs, and I think a lot of the current player base, at least especially on the western side, are not willing to admit, is that a big part of Miliastra being good requires people actually playing on it regularly and regularly trying to make things on it. A lot of the problems in a lot of the Miliastra games are that they're just low quality, low effort things that haven't been put much time into, but developers aren't that motivated. It's the chicken and egg situation, whatever. Developers aren't that motivated to put much time into it if there's no active player base. And whatever. And that's why I think custom combat can be that, like, you know, exactly what Miliastra needs, at least on this side of the ocean, to get people to play it. And if a bunch of people start playing it for combat, there will be more non-combat things that will start being played too. Japanese mainly for mannequin outfits. Okay. So, huh. There's a Miliastra World game based on Brisk of Rain that's genuinely fun. If anyone has ones that are accessible on our server, or please DM me, because I'm probably going to have a Miliastra video come out in January, regardless of what they add. So yeah, anyways, what I was talking about with Kiwi though, when she was like doing the Nalcry Archon quest and she met Nicole, she was like, I'm already planning to C6. She was like, I really love Nicole, but I can't C6 you. Like, Kiwi has like average Genshin player brain rot, where like Kiwi has absolutely zero need to be C6ing characters, like on a what it actually does on a gameplay level. Obviously, the kind of behavior I personally advise people against. But you know what? If it makes you happy, I don't care, right? If it makes you happy and it's not going to cause financial problems for you, whatever, I don't care. Spend money that makes you happy, right? But I jokingly said in response to that, because Kiwi was like, you know, I don't need another character to C6. I was already planning on C6ing Alice. And I was like, don't worry, Kiwi, I'm just going to C6 Nicole, so you don't have to. And then Kiwi was like, wait, we should do a video. Kiwi's like, wait, we should do a video where we, you know, I don't remember what her idea was, but it was some kind of collaboration video of pulling both C6 of the characters together. I was like, I'm not against the idea, but I gotta think over actually committing to that, because I just meant it mostly jokingly. But now it's a more serious consideration, and it's on the table, Mihoyo. I will give you, I don't know, the $500 to $1,000, probably closer to $1,000, that it will cost to C6 Nicole. If you add custom combat to Miliastra Wonderland, I will commit. I log on to Miliastra daily. I wish there was an actual reason to play it more than 3 times a week. Okay. Is that just like for rewards, you mean? Or Kiwi has an infectious personality. I know. She does indeed. It's good in that she's helping me enjoy Genshin in ways that I did originally. But also in some ways that I just never did. And, you know, I appreciate that a lot. But then she might be causing problems too. Kiwi might be encouraging me to regression to, you know, Gamba brain rot behavior. So, anyways, what did I major in? I technically majored in communication studies, so not communication itself. There's a difference between, like, I studied communication. I did not major in talking. I majored in the hows and the whys and the questions of how humans communicate, which there's a lot of things therein. But then I also minored in linguistics, and to be honest, I felt more like a linguistics major than I did a communications major. And do you want to know the main reason I didn't major in linguistics? I didn't major in linguistics because the linguistics course requires a bunch, like the difference that I shit you not, the difference between getting my bachelor's in linguistics and getting my bachelor's in communication studies versus and with a minor in linguistics, like the difference between a linguistics minor and a linguistics major was basically a bunch of English courses that weren't linguistics related. Like I would have had to take one more actual linguistics related course, and it wasn't even it was not even in a focus of linguistics that I wanted. And then I would have had to take a bunch of fucking English courses that's courses that aren't linguistics. And it's just because of the fact that the linguistics degree fell under the category of English major degrees at my school. So I was like, this is just pointless. And I told my linguistics professors that. I was like, I'm actually very down to potentially consider studying linguistics more, but like, I don't want to major in linguistics at this school with these English courses as a requirement. So I majored in communication studies and took courses that I was more personally interested in. Because ultimately, on a what the value on an employment level is, I don't think there was a difference in value in having a degree in linguistics versus a degree for a bachelor's degree. In a degree in communication studies. So same shit to most employers. A lot of employers oftentimes just care about whether or not you have a degree, and barely even what it is in. As long as it's like, and if they care about what it is in, it just has to be like related somewhat to the field, not even like directly. So like it didn't really matter, right? And therefore I chose based on courses, which I think was the correct choice. If I ever go back to school to get a master's, it's probably going to be a master's more specifically focused on studying something linguistics related. But yeah, which might be the only problem. Like getting into a program when I didn't like major in linguistics for bachelor's might be the only issues with that. But I'm pretty sure I could use my connections with linguistics peeps to help with that if I wanted. So they got a job as a glorified interpreter when they got out of school. Yeah, I mean, that was something I considered, but decided I most likely didn't want to do. So, masters in Twitchology, yeah. Sprix, Viking raid, welcome Vikings. Domain expansion. Hello Sprix, how was your stream? We have been mostly yapping the whole time. About random things. Welcome Vikings. I live in the land of Vikings anyways, so I am not scared of the Vikings. Thanks for doing the shout out. We had yap. I mean, yeah, I know. Sprix be a yapper, I be a yapper. I'm a little bit more yappy than normal even today because of the sickness. So yeah. Anyways, we got chess at least. It's something. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Feel free to DM me. Anyways, if anyone has like Millie Astro worlds that are interesting or games, whatever. Even if they're not available on this server, on NA server, whatever, feel free to send me like a footage of them, links, because I'd be curious to see what they're like, because that might be useful to put into a Millie Astro video, being like, unfortunately, I am not able to experience some things that I know exist in Millie Astro because of, you know, the region locking thing, which I think is a core mistake on their part. I know they might not be allowed to have China stuff go out of China, though I guess that might be not their fault. But the stuff like region locking between EU and Asia, the non-China Asia server, and NA is dumb. But yeah. Anyways, snapped him out of his yap trance. Yeah. So the flu. I think it's actually COVID. I could be wrong though. But it could be the flu. It's flu-ish, COVID-ish. The main reason I think it's COVID is because at Christmas gathering with one sides of my family, I hung out with my cousin and talked directly to him like for a good couple hours straight probably. And he tested positive for COVID, so I haven't gotten a COVID test, but you know, he is the main person that I spent probably the most specific time in contact, not like physically, but you know, within, you know, 6 feet, yapping at each other, yapping our gums and sending our fluids out into the air. So, anyways, there's a good chance it's COVID, but it also might not be. It might just be whatever else is going around. I'm 35. I am not. I am not. The joke is that I sound like a smoker as if I had been smoking for 35 years. That is the joke in the title. Anyways, Not a very good Christmas gift. Yeah, no, really rude. Really rude of him. Clearly did it intentionally. What am I doing on this account? Nothing. I think I'm done, right? Oh, I can invite a character. We don't have C6 official on polearms only. That's crazy. I didn't even realize that. Actually, it's not that crazy. She doesn't run on any freaking banners. Let's get C7 Razor. Wow. You smoked during the first 0.2 years of your life? Yeah. Exactly. I have smoked since I was out of the womb. Those cigarette commercials, man. They did a number on my child brain. Anyways. Yeah, COVID's not that dangerous unless you're old. Yeah. It was kind of crazy, but like I understand why. So my grandpa is like really sick. He's like 80 to be clear. And he's been having some, you know, immunocompromised type health conditions and cancer. On top of that. So which is part of the complication of like he's decided not to get chemo for his cancer because of the immune condition. I forgot what it is, so don't ask me what it is. I apologize. I think I know what it is, but I'm not gonna say what it is without actually being confident. And smoke before you conceived. I mean, that is possible. Like, if your mom smokes. But, you know, my mom didn't smoke, though. So that's good. Bye, J-Strike. What was the thing? Oh, yeah, my grandpa, like, is not in great health, right? And we knew that my cousin tested positive for COVID, the one that I hung out with that I mentioned, before my Christmas Eve party where I'd go to see my grandparents. So, you know, my grandfather who is immunocompromised and old and whatever, you know. And it was like, hey, I'm not sick right now, but I was in contact with someone who has tested positive for COVID. And, you know, COVID is like kind of, it's COVID. It'd be probably pretty damn bad if you got it. But ultimately, I don't know, do you still want me to show up for Christmas? Because I was fine. I was perfectly fine on Christmas Eve. I was perfectly fine on Christmas Day. And I was a little bit sick on Friday. And then it got worse on Saturday. Slightly worse on Saturday. Saturday was about the same as Friday. And then yesterday was terrible. And then today I feel fine, except for I sound worse. My throat sounds worse, but like the other parts went away. But anyways, and my grandpa still wanted me to go. And I was like, okay. So, I don't know. I hope he doesn't get COVID, but because that might plague me for the rest of my life. But I don't know. Ultimately, like, we on a family level decided it's up to him, right? It's up to him whether or not he wants to risk being exposed to us, particularly in the holiday season. Especially when, you know, we're not idiots. We have it in the back of our head that regardless of whether or not he gets sick, it might literally be his last Christmas kind of thing. So, you know, yeah, he may have just wanted to see me in general and whatever. So I went, but yeah, I hope he doesn't get sick. Like sick on top of, you know. Let's go on a main account. Should have your mom play Genshin? It's been a consideration, but she's kind of been. I don't want to pressure her to like come visit, and I have had the idea of, can my mom clear Endgame? So it might be like I have had the idea of like, can my mom? She knows nothing about video games, yo. She just doesn't. Like, she would struggle with Pac-Man. But it would be funny if I could, you know, have someone super unfamiliar with video games and give her like strong enough teams to like clear Stygian Onslaught kind of thing. And it would mostly be me. It would be a video I'd mostly make just hating on Stygian Onslaught's design, as far as like the intended design of shilling for the strong characters, right? And being like, yeah, if someone super unfamiliar with video games can take a few hours to clear Stygian Onslaught with the intended shill characters, that's bad design in my opinion. Because like she shouldn't be able to. She should not be able to clear the most difficult endgame, even with the intended shill characters, in my opinion. It should be designed in ways that is better than that. And if it's gonna be, and that's not to say it needs to be more difficult. It's just that it doesn't need to be shill, right? They can design things that aren't shill. But anyways. Straight to Abyss with Mom? No, not Abyss. I was saying Stygian, but it might be Abyss instead, because Abyss is easier. If she struggles with Stygian, I'd probably just have her do Abyss instead. And I think that would most likely be the end result. I think she would struggle so much in just like figuring out how to use a controller kind of thing. Like if I told her to do what I'm doing here, walk on this railing, she would probably fail, right? Because it's not very intuitive to like change the camera. Like all this requires, right, is like holding forward with one stick and then changing the camera to follow along the curve. But that's not like an intuitive action to someone who hasn't played video games before. Oh, I just failed. Who hasn't played video games before. So like this would be a very difficult challenge for her, let alone, you know, something in combat, having to switch, pressing a bunch of different buttons a lot of times. So yes, it probably, my suspicion is it would not be easy for her to clear Stygian, but it also might not be that hard, depending on what teams I gave her. Because it wouldn't be like the video I made with my friend who he hadn't played Genshin before, but he's very familiar with video games in general, right? So like I wouldn't have to walk him through how to use a controller, and he was able to clear Abyss. There was no Stygian at the time, so I think so. Seen you later streaming Genshin on Twitch? Yeah, I follow her. Real Jijima? Yeah. I've rated her, I think, once or twice. So. Anyways, log back into main account. Tortle. Ugh. Just gonna record again. My boyfriend clears a non-Genshin player, but then the Abyss reset and I could barely clear this one compared to Last Abyss. Yeah. You kind of have to have an account, I think, that is able to clear with ease at the current point in time to give a non... Like when I did the video with Levi was kind of at maybe the perfect time where it was not like easy, but it was not so difficult that like, you know, I could do that. I'm glad I did the idea of like, you know, with Levi being able to choose the characters he wanted and then I could give him a team around those characters to play. Whereas, like, now, even with Levi, I probably would have to be like, no, I have to give you teams. Because the current design of Endgame is such that, like you can't just give a non-familiar player whatever they want to play and expect them to be able to clear. Because the Endgame just don't work like that anymore. So, yep. Anyways, I'd have to, like, give... Like, if I gave them this Skirk team... You can mess up a lot of things in this Skirk team in like the second side of Abyss, right? Well, frick, the current Abyss would actually be a little difficult. Would it actually? I don't know. I haven't. Well, no, I did use this team in the second side of Abyss and it was fine, right? Yeah. Anyways. The 70+ lady you showcased still plays Genshin? Yep, she does. She emailed me that she was, so you know in the Nodcry story, when, this is an act... So, spoilers if you haven't done, like, Act 2 or 3. No, it's Act 3. I don't know. The quest that was last patch was in the Never patch. With the fight with Rayrear. And she emailed me because she was struggling to get through that fight because it was just Hydro Traveler and Nefer together. Right? Yeah, forced Hydro Traveler gameplay. So, I gave her some tips on how to go through it, like... Even if it was only like getting one verdant dew every 10 seconds, you could get through it eventually, kind of thing, right? I don't remember if she got back to me saying she was able to clear it, but I gave her like a full breakdown to try to help her clear it. So yeah, she's still playing. Anyways, but yeah, it was an interesting one where that I hadn't considered when fighting that boss, that there'd be players that would struggle a lot more because of the clunkiness of Hydro Traveler. I mean, to some degree there's clunkiness with Nefer too, but that's just really. I'd say that clunkiness with Nefer there is more related to Hydro Traveler than it is Nefer. But I suspect that she didn't know. I suspect she also didn't know like what the Verdant Doom mechanic was at all, and how you had to do charge attacks on Nefer to be able to use them. She probably was just like spamming attacks with Nefer doing this, right? Which is obviously bad. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that it would be rough even knowing that it works, right? So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, 100% the game before you know about charge attacks, yeah. So, anyways, actually, let's not stand on the surface. I'm trying to see how like annoying wall canceling is on controller. I feel it's definitely harder. Because, yeah, see, I screwed it up again. It's harder on controller because, so on mouse and keyboard, when you do, so for N3 walk, the tip that 7 gave was basically you spam the W input as her feet are landing back on the ground. So N1, N2, N3, right? So, and as she, like, spins around, jumps in the air, and then her feet are going back on the ground, you do a walk input, so W key on the keyboard, right? So this would be forward on controller like I am right now. Yeah, but if you screw up, so on mouse and keyboard there, you can kind of like press it multiple times and make it a lot more consistent from my testing so far. On the controller, it's a lot harder to do like a multiple input of walk, right? And conversely, it's also potentially easier to not accidentally input a directional input for like dash cancels. So maybe I should actually practice on controller more, but I do think wall cancels are potentially a little harder on controller. It's not crazily hard though. Oh, I screwed it up there. I got 3 in a row though. I think I might be doing a little slow. Yeah, okay, I screwed it up there, but I got a lot in a row. It's not that hard. It's definitely very doable to still do wall cancels on controller. With her. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely do feel like the difficulty of wall canceling for Skirk was a little overblown. But there's a difference between doing it in practice and like I am there. And, sorry, doing it in practice on a boss, I guess is better phrasing, versus doing it for practice. In practice versus for practice. So yeah. Anyways. He has game experience, so I think it would be possible. He played Genshin for like 2 weeks and loved Rosari and St. Cho. Okay. Keyboard Andy for all my life, playing a controller would be a huge struggle. Yeah. There's advantages to controller. Right now, the main reason that I'm not inclined to like properly try to even practice anything with controller is just because I know no matter what I do, I mean, there's one team that I quite enjoy playing that, sorry, buttons, that I would not enjoy as much on controller, which of course, is Lan Yan, but with Farazan, because
the help of an elder, huh?
Because the whole dynamic of this team, of course, is, and one of the main things that makes it enjoyable to me is switching to Farazan and doing Farazan charge attacks, right? So, not being able to switch to Farazan and do her charge attacks, like having to do controller aiming is pain relative to mouse and keyboard aiming. That is the main downside of it for me at this point. But everything else I think I could generally get used to for most of my general Genshin experience. But, there's definitely advantages to some things, I think. So, anyways, yeah, you can do bow animation cancels, yeah, with aim cancels. Swapping characters is the most difficult part. Yeah, you have to take your finger off the movement key. I mean, you can technically move while But yeah, I when I've used controller before, I have found that swapping is generally speaking slower. Zenless's swapping in controller is really good, and is the main thing I've considered trying to switch to play Zenless on controller for. Is Zenless right bumper just switches to the next character, because Zenless does a switch order thing where there's on keyboard it's just you press space and it switches to the character that's to the right, and it just cycles between them. So it goes. So if you just pin it up spacebar, so in this case it would be like pressing spacebar would switch to Bennett, pressing spacebar again would switch to Farazan, then it switched to Lan Yan, and then it would go back to Duran, right? And you could, and Zenless, there's no fucking ass latency check, there's no cooldown. You can spam spacebar and just keep on spamming between them. Yeah, and then mouse and keyboard though, if you want a reverse direction, so if you want to go from Duran to Lan Yan to Farazan, you want to do a reverse switch, you press C. There's other weird things though, like characters can get locked into animations where you cannot switch into them. And that can create some unintuitive situations sometimes where you're like, you switch into a character, or you're trying to switch into a character when they're in a lock-in animation. And then it skips that character and goes to the next character in line instead. I've had that happen a few times, and it feels weird because like I'm like, I swear I pressed C to do a back switch rather than a forward switch. You know, and then it switches functionally, because there's only 3 characters, it switches forward instead because it skipped the previous character because they were in a lock-in animation. And I'm like, wait, what? But I can never quite tell if I actually pressed C or if I skipped an animation because I wasn't paying attention properly or whatever. So anyways, but yeah, on controller though, it's a lot more intuitive than pressing C. Like C versus spacebar is obviously a very different button to press. Whatever Miyabi is on controller, probably fine. But it's just right bumper versus left bumper, which is so good, right? Like right bumper versus left bumper for switching on controller is really, really good. So right bumper is switching forward, left bumper is switching back. Like having separate hands completely pressing different buttons is a much better mental mapping in my mind for switching forwards or backwards. And with high level, not even really a high level, with good level Zenless gameplay, controlling the switching direction is pretty important, because you'll want to like specifically parry into a certain character for the resource generation on one character over another, or because they have higher days output with their parry. There's a lot of different reasons you want to control the switching direction in good gameplay. You don't really have to on a casual player level at all. But in good gameplay, controlling your switching direction matters a lot, and therefore being able to control it more directly with separate hands doing separate buttons, I think is meaningful. But so how do you burst swap in Genshin? I don't know if you can. Is there a setting for it? It still annoys me. Like I really wish there was a burst swap setting. It's the #1 advantage mobile has. So on mouse and keyboard you can burst swap by hitting Alt and then the character number key, right? I don't know if it even says it anywhere. I probably, I mean, I assume it would say in controller setup if it did, but I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything it would be. Yeah, I know, yeah, it's alt number key. So if I wanted to burst up far, I could, and switch over at the same time, Alt 3. But it's really annoying that you can't remap that. Which there was an indication when a Zenless character is unable to be swapped to, like when they're doing aftershocks. Yeah, I agree. It would be nice if there was a indication of that, but I can't think of, like, it's an easy thing to criticize, but then like when you try to think on a gameplay level, how do you indicate that without it being like a distracting UI element kind of thing? I don't know. Especially with all the other things you need to manage with Zenless gameplay, so it's an easy thing to be like, yeah, so it would be nice if that existed, but I don't know how it would exist. But yeah, it's not something that happens often enough to be so problematic that I strongly feel they should focus on trying to fix it. It is an inconsistency. And I think they've been making more characters that have animation lockout in order to prevent issues like Miyabi. I think Miyabi for a casual player, if you like, you can easily understand like, hey, you need to swap out of me, or not you need to, but you can swap out of Miyabi after you do her big charge attack, right? And she'll continue finishing her charge attack animation. But Miyabi does not actually have lockout in switching to her during her big charge attack animation, which lasts like several seconds, like 4 seconds or something. So it's very easy to actually completely axe Miyabi's damage by like switching off of her and then switching back into her. And that's, I think, why they've actually been doing animation lockout more. One of the most notable ones for a team I play all the time that has animation lockout is Alice, who's a physical anomaly character, has the same like kind of style charge attack as Miyabi, in that she spends a long time doing her, you hold her basic attack, and then she spends a long time doing a animation, and does a bunch of damage at the end of it, right? But Alice, you can swap out of her when she's doing the animation, but you cannot swap back into her. She's like Miyabi, except you can't accidentally delete the damage. But it does cause sometimes unintuitive things to happen, like I discussed before, where like I want to swap into Alice to do a parry, and instead I swap to the other unit, and I'm like, oh, I didn't want to do that. But usually the reason that happens is because of the fact that Alice hadn't finished her animation yet, for her damage. So it's a good thing, actually. So it's just I didn't realize that at that point, and so it's a confusing thing, but it actually makes sense that it happened. Get well soon, thanks. Have you been smoking for 34.7 years? Definitely. Yup, definitely. I've definitely been smoking for 7,000 years. And I have not been sick for the last 3 days. Anyways, I kind of feel a little bit of a sore throat now, by the way. Which means I should probably not stream for 7 more hours. I feel like I have swapped into her and it canceled her big damage for Alice. Are you sure? Maybe I want to go test it. Actually, I don't even know if I can test it right now. I think Zenless might be down, but I've played that team so much, I feel like that is not the case. Maybe they changed it or at some point, but I don't know. Burst swapping, but it's accidentally hitting Q instead of a number key instead of an actual mechanic. Yeah. So, big jug of water. I mean, water doesn't. I'm gonna drink water here, but water doesn't solve sore throat. Anyways, let's go do. Wait, I have VE on her right now, right? I have C2 Duran activated now. It should be pretty easy, right? Theoretically. I'll just leave VV on her for now. Well, maybe. Actually, VV is probably worse in this against this thing. I also probably want to do a different weapon too. When against this, should we do Widzith? I don't know, Widzith or Nefer weapon. What do you guys want to see? So we're gonna do the plunge boss at fearless difficulty. To be clear. And because of the fact that show me Lan Yan build. I mean, sure. Lan Yan does not have a universal build in my mind, but she's right now she's on 4-piece VV with an attack percent goblet, which we should definitely change for this boss. Actually, that means we are going to change her build completely off of VV because it's not ideal. NMO, that. Oh, I was using an off-piece, type piece before. Yeah, okay, so then that, and then normally while I would be fine and happy with an EM type piece, it's not going to be as good here with our plunging damage. Oops, I just failed to select it, yeah. And, oops, don't unlock that, okay. Let's see. Sure, just that, alright. 71, 174. 0.3, 115 ER. Alright. With an Animo Gerblet. Alright. It's possible 2-piece plunge would be better. I don't really want to look at that closely though. It's possible this could be better actually because of that too, now that I think about it. Tips do you have with building characters? I mean, I don't know. Set a goal for yourself. Don't get overly focused on 4-piece bonuses unless... other than for like ease of building, like 4-piece bonuses for the artifact sets that give a bunch of free crit are generally worthwhile, but even as you get into really high investment level, like for example, I have team context where Dia can use 4-piece Marsh, say Hunters, or 4-piece of the new Nod Cry set, and like those artifact sets is basically impossible for me to get those artifact sets to beat out this artifact set on Dia, generally speaking, in practice. Oh, well, she has something wrong on her right now, but she has... Oh no, this is because of Mona. Yeah, I reconfigured her build because of Mona, but it's fine. Anyways. Honey, lemon, and ginger tea. Yeah, I kind of want some more tea right now, but maybe I'll go turn my thing back on. Anyways, Widzicus more Gamba? Sure, alright. But anywho's, okay, so 2300 attack, 71 229. Alright, what a build. And goal is to beat Plunge Boss, and then maybe we'll do Dire Bat. But Dire Bat is just going to be... It's not going to be a real Lan Yan clear, it's just going to be because you have to use Venti, or Jean, or both. This is not... there we go. Sorry, not used to UI of Stygian on controller. Okay. All-nighter to finish a painting? What kind of painting are you doing? Alright. Alright, we'll see. First I played Lan Yan on controller against this boss. Oops. I think we need to start with a Fab trigger on Farazan. Yep. Don't worry about it. Bye, Linka Blast. Thanks for joining.
We'll see about that.
We should have tried to do that charge attack right away. Okay, ow, ow. That could be done faster. Okay. Nope, okay. Alright, I think I need to do a little better than that, so not quite trivial here, I would say. It might be a little hard without mouse and keyboard for me. Oops. Great, that skill is just wasted. Oh, it's so hard to do this. Is Bennett even valuable here? I don't know. Yeah, we can definitely figure out some energy things. I blame controller. Oh, yeah, wasting a bunch of time with bars on. Yeah, okay. We're pretty close there. I might be able to, the cat actually shifted position. I might be able to actually use my mouse now. Let's try using my mouse. Yeah, normally we want Bennett here for Lan Yan for consistency of infusion, but being that Bennett buff isn't providing as much value, I don't know. It's also double pyro. Well, double pyro is also attack percent. I don't. Anyways, I want to keep on trying because this is like normal DPS Lan Yan team at this point. All right, remove mouse or unplug mouse. Sorry, not remove mouse. Okay. Second hacks for Durin. Yeah, it's just again, it's just a matter of like potentially screwing up the infusion. There's probably a better team option here, right? So I just think I'm gonna stick with this for the fact that I know it can clear. What's interesting though is it doesn't feel that much better. I'm pretty sure I used a similar build configuration when... Okay, there we go. I'm pretty sure I used a similar build configuration. Yep. Alright. Okay, yep. We got several seconds sooner burst activation that time. Okay. Yep. Yep. Do that. Now. Not sure if that would get the buff up or not. Boop. Boop. I probably should have done that, but whatever. What did it say? Sorry, several. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, just do two things. Okay, didn't even get any. Ugh, that was really bad. Also, we should save our additional skill for the down rotation. Okay. Also, we want Bennett for the down rotation too. Think about it. Did I even trigger fast? I think I did. No. That was slow activation. Not necessarily that problematic though. Nope. Okay. No. Yep. Okay. Fine. This, that. Okay, this map. Might need to switch to like a 2-piece skill damage bonus or something. Or 2-piece plunge. Or just play better. I think we should have saved that skill. Okay. Ooh, nice. Okay. Frick. Frick. Ain't no way. No. Ah. I can't even yell properly because my voice is maybe Chevrus. Honestly, yeah, you're not wrong. But I don't know. We can test it, but I don't know. Let's see. Out of curiosity. Does give damage bonus. Does give damage bonus. I do actually think before we do Chevrus, because yeah. You should tweak team around for the particular buffs and whatever. That is what I should do. I want to see if I can clear with this team. I think I can clear with this team with the build as configured clearly. But I know I was getting close to clearing before I had Durin cons activated. At least before I had Durin C2 activated. But I think I might have been doing 2-piece plunge at minimum. And I might have been doing 2-piece skill damage too. So let's see. During Q snapshot? No, it does not. He'd be an extraordinarily broken character if we did. Let's try. Do I want to try that animal goblet? Let's see. I feel like this strat would be 2-piece plunge or 4-piece. I guess yeah, maybe 4-piece plunge. Now I think about it. Do I have good enough 4-piece plunge? Let's see. And then we could use Varas's weapon. I'm pretty sure the closest I got went without Durin Cons activated, if I recall. During the Stygian Onslaught stream was 4-piece plunge with Varas's weapon. So if with Durin C2, I would hope we can clear without Varas's sig weapon, right? And I think we definitely can based on just what I was doing with Bennett here, let alone other characters. So yeah. Anyways, what did I not select? Oh, frick. Yeah, okay. Sure. There we go. So we'll come back to the flower. Doing that from Varesa. So the timepiece I think is the main thing I have that's kind of shitty. That's pretty good. Yeah, timepiece is certifiably a timepiece that is fine. We'll keep that goblet for now. And then switch to this. And see what our crit stats look like. Long Night's Oath, 77, 185. It's definitely a lot less crit. But I have more crit rate. A lot less crit damage. But a lot more damage bonus for plunging. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And try the same team for now. Sounds like you're purring at this point. That's not a purr, that was just weird. I actually secretly have had the cat hooked up to the microphone this morning. Didn't trigger Pav. Yeah, I'll miss this boss too. Please, Pav. Okay, I could have done that a little bit later, that's fine. Yep, yep. Oh, come on, whatever. I wanted to get a charge attack out, but it's fine. Yeah, it's a little bit more plunge damage. Okay, could have done that rotation a lot faster, but it's fine. Oh shoot, I didn't do any plunges beforehand. Oh, that was really bad. That was really bad. Okay, this is a Wizard's buff rotation, by the way. Yeah. Okay. I think the Wizard buff timings are really not ideal. I wonder if we can fix that. We're not gonna get plunge buff up, are we, here at all? Oh, okay. Damn, yeah, okay. Immediately that just seems worse, but I think I had some mistimings of some things. Okay. Try again. Okay. Actually, you know, I need to activate that Durin E earlier. I don't need Durin on field. Like I don't think I need to catch his particles on field. So what I should do is this. This is gonna let me do some things earlier. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good decision. Okay. not critting. Okay. Ah, energy. I'm Bennett of all characters. What? Really? Why did you transition to your next phase so quickly? Bullshit. Alright. Okay. Slightly slow. Why is the plunge damage nothing? Oh, there we go. Okay. God damn it. Sorry, I moved my mouse. I keep on touching the cat. Okay. Freaking Farazan's initial energy is super annoying. Do I have an ER type piece on her? I should check. Okay, double non-crit on those. Guess we get my energy back. Okay. Up. I probably should have done that. The timing was awkward. Were you gonna? Yeah, that took so long. That was really, really awkward timing. Okay. God damn it. Crit, please. Oh my god, the non-crits on the burst. And now we're in the rotation where we do not get... I feel like sack frags might be better, by the way. I could be wrong. But I think the damage we're dealing in the non-plunge rotations matters a lot. Which... Okay. Sack frags will forever be better if sack frags manages to beat out Winsith here. Like, this should be a situation you would think Winsith should be better. There's no way you feel better? I do feel better. I just am a lot more congested. I mean, there's some aspects of how I feel that are worse, but I overall would say I feel a lot better than I felt yesterday. Okay. Nope. Okay. I mean, at the very least, it doesn't seem to be that much worse than sack frags, or than Winsith. Ow. Yeah. Yep. was that? Oh, the controller disconnected. That's fine. Okay, does not seem that much better. Or equivalent, essentially. Oh, yeah, we want it. Dang it, okay. Just triple non-crits in the thing is not what we needed. Okay. But yeah, no, there's a good chance it's COVID, but I haven't gotten it tested. If it's COVID, it's a fairly mild edition of it. I don't know. Okay. Sackbirds is not that much worse than what's it there, but yeah. You know, before we switch off, I think I want to try 2-piece skill damage, 2-piece, or even 2-piece burst damage without much burst damage. She's doing 2 with the buff up, but 2-piece skill, 2-piece plunge. I feel like might be the way. I don't know how many stacks we're actually maintaining on the plunge bonus. She can't clear fearless. I'm surprised that I remember getting quite close with her when her talent without Durin C2 activated and without her normal attack talent leveled up. So I'm kind of surprised she's doing as poorly as she is. And I thought it was this same team. Wait. It wasn't this same team, was it? I'm an idiot. It wasn't this team. It wasn't this team, of course. I'm a dumbass, guys. It was fucking Farina, and Farina's significantly better here. Okay, cat. I need you to move a little bit. Sorry, I'm trying to clear this. I just shifted him like 2 inches to the right. It was fucking Farina because damage bonus go burr much harder than anything else. So here, switch back to Widzith. I'm stupid. This will probably clear right away. Maybe with different artifacts still, but could just be sick brain, yeah. Oh my god, the non-crits. Probably spent too long on that rotation, but, you know. God damn it. Again, it did an early transition again. We should have been doing much better here. Actually, I'm just gonna restart because I think the early transition to this next phase is just terrible and not worth it. To continue trying. Better. Oh, frickin' god damn it. Not better. Oh my god, are you serious? Whatever. We got the good buff. Find an energy, didn't do that, a little waste of time. Oh crap. I could have gotten the buff first there, but I didn't. Oh, why did I do that? That was also dumb. Should have just saved it. Okay, two pretty bad misplays there. I could have done buff first by doing a skill earlier. And okay, this that. Bro, can we get crits on our freaking plunges? I didn't know what we were doing. I know we ran out of other buffs, but oh my god. Oh my god, it was just the minor screw ups, yo. Yeah, no, Freena's a lot better here. Okay. Oh, I should have bursted for him. Whatever. I got a bad wizard's buff. Okay. A little bit slow rotation. Do that. Didn't get a burst buff there here. It's not ideal again, but we'll see. Okay, good. Got the good wizard buff. Good. Maybe spent a little bit too long in that rotation, but I think it was actually probably ideal to do that. Okay, we got it. There you go. There you go. Not bad. So now, I'm curious. For comparison, if we notice anything being meaningfully better, let's go to Vivid Notions. But yeah, interesting that C2 Durin doesn't really help with that much here, but it's not too surprising, I guess, because just having a C1 Farina. Having a C1 Farina and giving 100% damage bonus versus the 50% damage bonus that Durin gives is just really good. And we already have Red Shred from Farazan, that the extra Red Shred without doing double Hex or Eye from Durin isn't that significant, and the C1 buff doesn't scale with the attack percent that you get from this thing either, right? So it makes sense. It does make sense in hindsight. I just didn't think about it properly before. Forgot that this is what I originally used. Yep. I never used Freeney. Yeah, it's the fact that damage bonus scales like crazy, and the fact that Farina, or the Red Shred isn't doing as much in this team. But did I not? I must not. Okay, well that's bad. Okay, I think that was a bad first rotation, that's for sure. Oh my god, really? Oh my god, how did I bungle my energy so much? Oh, and we're already okay. Great. Well, that's bad. Okay, no, this is a bad comparison. All right. Yeah, we do get some vaporizers. I don't think that makes that much of a difference, but it might. When I've done like a neutral comparison of Farina C2 to C2 Durin, C2 Durin is better. Like C1 Durin is enough to make, in most enemy contexts, C1 Durin is enough to make him equivalent to Farina C2 here, right? But this is a little bit of a weirder context, to say the least. I forgot to freaking E again. No. Crap. Way up. Okay, so the burst does less than we had Wizard Buff, but also our rotations without Wizard Buff were much lower damage than what we get here, so. Oh, whatever. We're gonna do transition, right? Yup. Lan Yan's skill does so much damage here. I feel like 4-piece skill damage maybe is not the play. Maybe do plunges until this runs out. Like Vivid Notions is not that much better than whatever we had with Wizard there. I feel like the damage value from Wizard's buff in the rotations that mattered just mattered more. Oh, we're still gonna get it, but it's gonna be a slower clear time. So like I don't know. Vivid Notions might be more consistent at clearing than Wizard, but Wizard better. Lan Yan. Mona instead of Bennett? Maybe, but again, anytime I ever replace Bennett, it causes some fuck-ass problems. And Mona's gonna might massively increase the damage during the plunge window, but she's gonna decrease the damage outside of the plunge window substantially. So Luna on Twitch from when? Since August. Anyways, sorry, let's go back to sack frags. And then what I want to test is go back to just switch. Oh, wait. Let's see. I want to do 2-piece skill damage bonus. So we'll keep that, and then we'll do. Okay, get rid of this. I think we'll do this circlet, and then this timepiece, and then we'll keep these 2 pieces, right? So 2-piece plunge, 2-piece skill damage. That seems like no crit. Oh, it's because I put it back on Sacrax. Yeah, never mind. Here, put it back on Wizard. 8196 on 2-piece instead. I want to compare this. Is this real Saluna? The Sun Moon one? Yes, I am Saluna. I'm not Saluna on Twitch because the username is not available. It's an abandoned account. I think it's abandoned, I should say. I don't know for sure. Holy, your voice? Yep. I do be a little more nasally than normal. EM sands? Oh yeah, we should probably test the EM sands instead of whatever, but I hadn't even considered that. Oh great. Well, okay. Come on, teleport. We got EM buff. Definitely not the ideal, but oh well. Probably should not have done that skill. Okay. I think I got unlucky with buffs there. We'll do a couple more runs, but oh, skills. Yeah, not quite. Yeah, maybe plunge C6, or maybe the plunge is just a lot better for a buff, or there was some mix of bad gameplay, whatever. Do you have a cold or something? Yes, that is why I have the title as it is. Yeah, I'm definitely not confident Bennett is best here, but I'm not too concerned about whether or not Bennett is best here if I can clear. Ow. Why did I not Frina? Okay. Wait, you normally watch at 4 times speed? That's ridiculous. You can actually understand me at 4x? Like, I can definitely understand why. I listen to some people at 2x speed too. But 4x seems crazy. What? Oh my god, really? Oh, right. This would be... I didn't E on Frina again. Oh my god, end me. What? 4 hits with Frina, no Fav? Okay. Frina's must show, yeah. Maybe. I need to go to the bathroom actually. Just do blow my nose at the same time maybe, but we'll see how this goes. Right. Okay. Please, Fav. Ow. We got the attack buff. That was terrible. Alright, you know what? Here. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Let's see if my whole team dies by the time I'm gonna do one Lan Yan shield. And we're gonna see if my whole team dies by the time I get back. Okay. Character review at 5k. I mean, I don't know, I could price it lower. I more have a time limit on that than anything else. I don't know what normal pricing for things is. No one's ever told me. So, anyways, put Hydro on. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We'll see if I die by the time we die.
adventure team. I have failed you. No sense of respect. A scholar's journey. Shouldn't end.
Alright, did everyone die, or did the challenge end? Which happened? Was it the timer or the... Or dying happened first? I feel like the dying should have happened first. But... Dead? Okay. 40 seconds left. That's still quite a while. Also, my stomach is grumbling. What the heck? Alright, doing unit review redeems right now. I don't know, it might be on cooldown. It's on an hour cooldown. But yeah, the point threshold doesn't really matter to me for the thing, so I don't know. What is an acceptable amount of points for that redeem? I have no idea. Tell me. I have to switch powers on there. Damn it. I didn't freaking... Oh my god. Okay. Definitely think we had good wizard buff. I'm paying close enough attention to it though. Yeah, that's really annoying having to wait for that. Oh crap, okay. Yep. Ow. Yep. Yep. Oh no. Still did it. I think the plunge buff is probably slightly better. Plunge artifacts are probably slightly better. Probably. Because I'm pretty sure we got 2 good wizard buffs there. And, you know, I don't know. We could have gotten unlucky with crits too, though, so it's not like this is a proper one-to-one comparison, but a vibe check without running the numbers or anything is 4-piece plunge set slightly better. So, but slightly enough that it probably did matter. So, yeah. Farina says, let the world come alive, but I swear she says, let the world collide. Yeah, it does kind of sound like that. Mulan or Farina? Sure. But yeah, anyways, we can switch back, though, to the non-plunge build. And then, oh my god, my stomach. Apparently I need to stop streaming. I probably should stop streaming anyways, just to not stress out my throat too much. Just in case. Because I do feel like it didn't feel sore at all before, but now it feels a little sore. Which means I should probably not continue streaming. But anyways, oh, we never tested EM timepiece. Oh, well, whatever. Too late now. We'll use an EM timepiece for the bat, though. Because I can. Alright. Well, there we go. Yeah, I think I definitely, generally speaking, here. Wait, what? Got an out of memory code from Chrome. How? I have 44% memory usage. Weird. Okay. What are we looking at? Mulani or Farina? Farina 5, 196 ER, Golden Troop. Yep, it's a good Farina build. That's a very good Farina build, other than it being on Golden Troop, but you know. And I suspect if you're playing with Skirk, you should probably technically have her in Tenacity. But, you know, I understand why you don't want to do that, because, good lord, it took me a long time to get her on a good Tenacity build. And Mulani. That's a very, very good Mulani build. That's a heckin' lot of HP substats. A good chunk of EM substats. Depending on the team you're playing on, you might want to do it. Wouldn't EM timepiece be better here? I don't know. Woodsy gives you an EM buff and EM timepiece isn't better, I know, but yeah. Anyways, that's a very good Mulani. Wow. Nice. I don't think you're looking for advice. I think you're looking for flexing, which yeah, nice builds. My only advice would be, yeah, maybe it is worth using a Tenacity build in Farina. But do. Secret quest every Columbia enters the moon gate. It's called Empty Courtyard. Yeah, I have. Alright. Now we can try. We have to exit completely. Now I want to try Dire Bat. I haven't tried Dire Bat yet. Yeah, I don't know. The plunge boss is weird in that, like, something I might try. I don't know that I haven't tried. Actually, should I try this now first? I wonder. So we can deal with the cryo shield, and we can deal with the pyro shield relatively easily. The electro shield's a little weird though. Honestly, forget. I want to see what happens. Wait. Yeah, no, we do have to use Farina here. I haven't actually tried this team against the Baptist. I don't think it has the DPS to clear this. I don't think it does, but I haven't tried. Yeah, I clearly hate this game mode because I can't use booking. Honestly, killing booking is the #1 best thing that Stygian did. That was dumb. Sometimes sounds like I say SpongeBob, not plunge boss. Maybe that's what I was saying. God damn it, I wanted... Okay, wait. Let's wait to activate Farina. Bold to the shit. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Oh, I should have started that earlier. Whoopsies. Get fast, trigger. Okay, do this. Also, theoretically, could have done a Lan Yan skill with infusion. Yep. Wait, why did I forget? It's Hydro. Why did I think it had a cryo shield? Stupid. I forgot. I hadn't fought in a little bit. Okay, well. Never mind. This boss is probably not built for Lan Yan. Ow. Great. I would have liked to see at least what the damage is going to get, but... it's safe to say I probably can't. Okay, anyways. Maybe it's doable because I can front load Lan Yan's damage in the minor down phases if I'm really smart with things, but the problem is not having a team conjunction that can clear the shields efficiently and do the front loaded damage, so... And I don't think Lan Yan can have a team configuration that can do both of those at the same time, so I'm just going to say it's not worth bothering. That's fine. I'm not going to sing a song, sorry. You can ask me to maybe say certain characters' voice lines or whatever, but I'm not going to try to actually like stress my vocal cords at all. Alright, batch. So, the strat here is probably... Well, first of all, I haven't tried this since I had... You're on VV, right? Oh, oops, okay. Fix that. I haven't tried this since... Sure, I'll keep him on that. Since activating C2 Durin. I think it's probably... The play is probably to put Farina... to put Jean here instead of Farazan, realistically. But we'll see. Just wish that Kaling booking didn't make Sijian unpausable. Yes, I agree. I do agree on that.
We'll see about that.
Mm-hmm.
Time for takeoff.
I didn't get a Pyro Fusion. Okay. I actually think this boss is really shittily designed, by the way, for Venti. Because, like, I feel like having to use Venti burst right away is dumb as shit and kind of bad. And it causes a lot of sequencing problems
Think you can get away?
for him. How the fuck did I not get a Pyro Infusion on the... No, I did. I think I did. But that was bad.
Gears of the sword.
Wait, did I?
Mess with me.
It's not getting knocked down. No, that was Durin. I didn't get a Pyro Infusion. Oh my god. I didn't hit it. Okay. Will the tornadoes give 105% animal res? Yes, but I need to actually clear the shield still. And the fucking problem is that the tornadoes require using his burst, and then you don't have his fucking burst up for when he's actually down. He feels assed. This boss is a terrible shield for Venti.
We'll see about that.
I still didn't fucking infuse Pyro, by the way.
Dare to mess with me?
I think the strat is probably just to restart my rotation here. I didn't fucking hit it. I hate this enemy so goddamn much. I didn't fucking hit it. This is maybe, other than the fact that you can cheese this with Jean and then it feels tolerable with Jean because like Jean plus Shalona and plus Pyro DPS feels fine against it. and like you don't have to do any particularly fancy things with cheesing, but you can do fancy things. This boss is maybe the worst fucking designed Stygian boss in my opinion. Like, doesn't even succeed at shilling.
Think you can get away? Yahoo!
I did it too late again. My God. Can I? It is not that hard to get a Pyro Infusion.
Time for takeoff.
Bro, how did it not get Pyro? What is with this fuck-ass character's infusion? Why? Do I have to do Iron Burst early?
Think you can get away? Wouldn't gliding
I still don't think I got Pyro Infusion. No, I think I did. Okay.
Here we go. Too late for regrets.
Yeah, we're just waiting. Like, see, this is why the sequencing doesn't, I think.
Time for takeoff.
Yeah.
Let's play. Have fun with this gift. Chuck swift as the swan. Superfly. Closing in. So, here we go.
Yeah, I didn't get any energy because this stupid enemy.
Think you can get away? Brace yourself. Too late for regrets.
Oh, it's doing that. Okay, perfect. Let's just do that and do a little bit of damage to it.
Dare to mess with me? Here we go. Time for takeoff. Yahoo!
This one we can actually sequence a little bit, I think. Cryo, because it's swirling cryo around, which is bad.
Think you can get away?
Get on the ground, asshole.
Dare to mess with me? Have fun with Superfly. Hills be gone. Too late for regrets. Yahoo! Time for takeoff.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like it does. Like wow, I cleared Dire with Lan Yan. That's if one, I don't sound that excited because I'm sick. Two, like we used the shield combo and it's with C2 Durin. Like, to be clear, do I think that could have been done with a C1 Durin? Probably. Do I think it could have been done with a C0 Durin? I don't know, right? From my testing I did with C0, and I think it's sus. But I never like tried to hyper optimize it because it feels garbage to play. So, and those issues like we saw in that clear there, where we lost a whole bunch of damage. Hello. We lost a whole bunch of damage because like Venti had a cryo infusion from his burst that was applying as it fell out of the shield phase, and then that means I couldn't have pyro on the enemy to get the pyro infusion on Lan Yan. Sucks, right? But it's not that big a deal, to be clear. The cryo damage is fine, but we didn't have a swirl on. Well, maybe we did have VP going on cryo. Actually, maybe it was fine. I don't know. Anyways, it's whatever. It's not that interesting of an enemy. Dire difficulty is garbage. Like, for anything other than teams that you already like to play, in my opinion, that happen to fit the mechanics of the boss and are a good balanced challenge that seems like it's doable if you optimize your gameplay for. I think that's what Dire can be fun for. Individual bosses can match individual teams on occasion. Like, its existence justifies the reason to care about practicing things like Skirk combos, and it justifies somewhat the existence of really strong DPS and teams in general. It gives it's a form of content that actually, like, where you can see the impact of constellations for realsies, and that's cool. on like 5-star strong characters already, whatever. But like, it's just never usually that satisfying to do full clears on, and it's not even usually that satisfying to engage with the shill. So, anyways, there has been instances of me using a specific team that does fit the boss's mechanics that is really enjoyable to try to optimize the gameplay of. The best example I have is definitely using my Dia team against the cactus boss that was instituted. But yeah, would be nice if they give us custom combat. I'll give you money for it, however. The money's on the table. It's yours. Freely offering it. Anyways, yeah, gravity boss is nice. I do think they gave it too much HP though, both at Fearless and at Dire. Dire definitely, obviously. Like, I'm not even, obviously it's just fucking pointless to tackle that boss with most teams with Dire. That aren't highly invested in some ways, so yeah. But it is still fun regardless to play around with. And see what you can do. So it's a well-designed boss. But boy, if the cheese didn't exist, the bat would be just so ass. So yeah, anyways, yes. And yeah, the field generator at minimum is still fun just to do so much damage. Yes, for sure. For sure. Okay. Do I want to practice any Skirk combos? I don't know. I think I should probably stop streaming. I think it's a smart idea for my health. I can spend the rest of the day maybe moving my, if my delivery happened, I can maybe move my desk over to the other room, get some sound panels set up to improve my audio quality. But, yeah, I don't know. I wish my voice recovered so I could, like, record a video to post. Because I didn't intend for the Hoda video to be the last video for the year, but it might end up being it. Not counting the live streams, that is. So, anyways, I probably have enough energy. I can maybe try to edit the C2 Duran video, I guess, but I don't know. Say hi to the cats, yeah. Good night. I mean, it's 3 p.m., so, you know. I can tell you one thing, I'm not streaming it until Zenless goes live, so I might do another live stream maybe later tonight, for playing the new patch, but see how I feel. I don't have enough polls saved to guaranteed the Fox, but I will probably risk a 50-50 at least. So, yep. Anyways, yeah, I think that's probably a good decision. I was gonna practice Skirk things, but I guess we didn't. That's fine. I guess we didn't really do anything insane this stream. I was planning on it, but you know what we did that was insane? I said that I would see 6 Nicole if Hoyoverse adds a good feature to the game. That's insane. I do think that's insane. Normal people shouldn't do that, but you know, as a content creator, I can afford to make that bet. So yep. After the demo, I want the Fox even less. I haven't seen the demo. I'm gonna assume it's everything I've seen marketing wise for Yi Shengguang makes me not really like her. They're going really freaking hard into the like weird dating aspect. I'm like, I get it on a story level, by the way, because of I mean, it's kind of spoilers, but like, I get it on a story level what they're doing. It makes sense, but it also just feels like they're doing it to like yeah, I don't know. She doesn't like leave a mark on me and like the same enjoyment as like Miyabi was in story or whatever, right? Demo makes you want to jump. Please stop dying, streamer. Isn't she a horse tyrant? Yi Shengguang? No, she's a fox, as far as I'm aware. Might just get the skin, not the character. There's a good chance I get the skin. I know some people don't like the skin. I vastly prefer the skin over her base outfit. Her base outfit is definitely like, you know, gotcha game. This character wouldn't actually wear this in real life type outfit, right? As many gotcha outfits are, but you know, that's fine. But I do like I do like the dress outfit. So I don't know, but I'm not gonna buy this skin without getting the character, and I'd also have to probably want to play her. I think I'll probably enjoy her. I think characters that modify existing mechanics are interesting, and Lin Zero did say in his video that he said there's a lot of he thinks there's a lot of room for optimizing her gameplay, and that makes me optimistic about whether or not I'd enjoy her. So. Anyways, I prefer them to have every organ, not just skin. That's fair. That's fair. So also the reason for me to buy the skin or to do extra wishing in general is because I can get a free copy of Soldier 11 and Brimstone for maxing out my Soldier 11. Which, stupid. Should you spend money to get the free 5 stars? Probably not. I don't know. If you're going to spend money anyways, like, obviously it's like, I don't know. I probably shouldn't spend money in Zenless just to get the 5 stars, but like, I'm kind of super dedicated to Soldier 11 at this point, and an opportunity to get something to empower her is quite tempting. Were the other 5 stars available in Zenless for free? There's also engines. Oh, you can also get Chingy's engine for free, can't you? Oh, shoot. I have to choose between Chingy's engine. Like, yeah, I don't think free Jane matters to me. I don't think free Chingy matters to me. What does Chingy M2 do? Ooh, don't do that. Don't show that. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. The patch is out now. Or patch is out today. I don't think Hoyoverse would smite me for showing this. But Chingy. I do like DPS Chingy, but Chingy M2, upon entering Flash Kinetic state, yeah, gain a shield. Ooh. Previous shield is still active when it refreshes. She gets 5 energy. Wow. I mean, the 5 energy is probably okay every 10 seconds. But for reference, 5 energy is, I believe her skill is 60 energy. Well, she has multi-use. Yeah, 60 or 80 if you do the secondary skill. So 5 energy is every 10 seconds is like an extra skill. Every, like, you know, it's like 1 extra skill. And generally speaking, when I'm playing Chingy, I'm not really hurting for energy that much. So that's ass. I don't care about that. It's Chingy, Jane, and then the standard banner characters, right? And they should be clear. Soldier 11, I have Soldier 11 M3. So Soldier 11 M4 is not really meaningful that much. I don't think they change. One of the annoying things about Soldier 11's changes is that this actually thing had a minor amount of utility before. I'm pretty sure that Soldier 11 M4 is basically just fucking useless now, because Soldier 11's base kit with the enhancement unlock is gonna have a built-in parry when you hold her basic, if I recall. So having a M4 that gives her interruption resistance during her basic chain. Wow. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, also 10k monochromes is kind of harsh indeed. But I also was interested in getting Sanvi anyways. So like, and I was pretty much like expecting that there was a good chance I'd have to spend money to get Sanvi if I wanted Sanvi. So, you know, go for Sanvi, get a bonus Soldier 11 along the way kind of thing. I'm gonna spend that much for a mind scan? No, it's because I'd be getting other things that I want, like Sanvi or Yixin Guang.
Oh,
But we'll see what happens with Yixin Guang.
Doing whatever I feel like, I suppose. Same with
So I don't know. I'm not gonna decide to do all this today because Sanvi banner isn't even until the second half of the patch. But getting closer, like the point is not to get M4. Like M4, I think is just now her. I mean, it was before, and now it's just definitely her shittiest constellation. But getting closer to M6 does matter to me, right? So not because of the art, but you know. So yeah. Anyways. It basically guarantees that I most likely should be able to get M6 Soldier 11, worst case scenario, wins Endless 3.0 goes, right? Wait, it's not counting the bonus? Is it really not? That's extremely cringe. Really. That is extraordinarily cringe if it doesn't count the bonus. So it doesn't even count like the 1600 bonus? Like if you don't have the first time top up bonus? So like, wow. Alright. So yeah, you have to spend like $150. Yeah, it's a bit high. In my opinion, it should probably only be $100. But whatever. Gotcha games, I guess. If it the way to speak your mind about that is to just not fucking buy it, right? Because ultimately, for me, it doesn't make that much a difference. I think it's a little cringe, but it's not a difference maker, so I apologize. But the way if it truly does matter to you, the way you tell them that this is not a strategy that will work for you is by not buying, and then telling them in a survey, being like, I would have bought if it was $100. So, LD shop as a bundle. Oh sure, I guess let's end my stream with we're sponsored. Oh, Cat is sitting on the keyboard. Thank you. Cat's like, no, don't do the sponsorship. Well, sir, unfortunately, the sponsorship pays for you. Okay.
Doing whatever I feel like, I suppose. Same with tomorrow.
So yeah, you can use my link if you end up spending for Zenless. So I am sponsored. Why is it? Okay. It defaults to French, I believe, by the way, because I live in Minnesota, and I think it connects to like some server or something that thinks I'm in Canada, so it defaults to French. But also, why would Canada default to French? I don't know. It defaults to French for me for some reason. I have to change. Can you stop sitting on the keyboard? Let me change the French. Delete the French. There we go. I'm becoming Sir Jeff, yes. Oh my god, it just went back to French when I clicked on that thing. Stop it. It didn't used to do that. Whatever. Stop leaning on the keyboard, dude. Pet the cat. Pet the cat. Wait, where is it? Am I blind? Accumulate rewards. Oh. Is it this? Did they end it? They ended it. Complete Years of Jeff transformation by streaming Undertale. Yeah. Were too many people buying it or something? That's weird. Okay, that's kind of cringe. Why would you put limited stock on it? Oh, for when the servers go up. Oh yeah, you're probably right. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that would make sense. So yeah, anyways, I do get some kickback, like full transparency. But I use LD Shop. I've used other similar services in the past. When I do top ups, I do think, are they doing a 35% off for a new user? Holy shit! All right. I guess they're expecting a lot of people to be playing right now. But anyways, yeah, they do new user coupons, and then they also, you can see, so this is a new user coupons. It's only a one time. If I tried to use that because I'm not actually a new user, it wouldn't go through. For some reason, I think they just, they might have actually just made it show on my account because of the fact that I have a partner account, so that I can record footage properly. But anyways, for YouTube, it's in the description, by the way. For Twitch, you can do Command LD Shop if you want the link. But it also shows up every hour-ish. I don't know why there's 2 new user discounts right now. That's a little weird. Maybe if there is 2 new user discounts, that's pretty good. But anyways, usually like after you use the new user discount, it's like you can do 164.80 per patch or per banner period. Actually, sorry, I think usually with like a 25% discount. And I think after that it goes to that's a tiny. I don't buy these, by the way, in my opinion. Don't be that kind of whale. I think it doesn't make sense to buy these big bundle prices. If you multiply the math out, is the same as just buying one and multiplying it out, right? So if you have if you haven't bought any of the top ups yet, like with the one-time bonuses, you can buy the all-in-one or whatever. But I think it goes to like $80. Anyways, it goes to like it goes from like 20% off to 30% off or whatever, right? So I don't know. It's just kind of thing. I don't think you should use the existence of these services to be the reason you buy. But if you were considering buying anyways, and like you were basically like, yep, I'm gonna spend money. You can go and buy from here and you can save some money, right? Yeah, the bio shop is this all-in-one aqua. So music will be usable after Columbina. I mean, the more off-fielders that exist, the more usable Mizuki is. But the reason is because the more strong off-field damage team building cores you have. And yes, Columbina and Nefa both do damage without having to do normal attacks. And Columbina plus Nefa together do a shit ton of damage. And then having a unit on field that does a little bit of damage with her swirl damage and can keep you alive, and then also buffs the off-fielders, is going to be pretty strong. So Mizuki is already usable because of strong off-fielders that exist. She will be even more usable with those off-fielders. I imagine her best team is probably going to honestly be Durin. And I don't even think you bother swirling Pyro, because I don't think it's going to be easy to swirl Pyro. But Durin just will get off-field over Vapes, right? You probably even do damage mode Durin now that I think about it. So damage mode Durin, Columbina, and Nefa. Mizuki might be her best team. So, but she's already usable when you pair her with strong off-fielders. The problem with Mizuki is that you could use Sucrose in that team instead and it'd be better with Sucrose on field, generally speaking, right? So Mizuki doesn't really have any advantages over other characters other than just like brain off comfort of play, and that's fine. That's fine if that's what her ideal is. Estimated polychromes in 2.5. The estimate I saw for free to play was like 110 if I recall, and then like 130 not free to play. So definitely less than the Miyabi patch last year. So Nefa, Columbina, Oron. Really, does Oron beat out Durin? Durin on DPS mode? Why? Nefa's damage doesn't scale with damage bonus. If I fly, it will be ending the stream in a second. And Columbina has a little bit of damage that scales in damage bonus, but Oron shouldn't be doing enough damage to outcompete Durin. Like if Durin's getting overloads and vaporizes. So anyway, Oron's more accessible, and I'm sure it works fine, to be clear. Because energy, I guess that's true, yeah. I guess it might just be an energy diff. Which definitely matters for Columbina. Yeah, I guess it's fair. I forgot energy existed. They also might have been assuming elegy on Oron too, which is a difference maker. So, anyways, and Durin doesn't have access to a buffing weapon like that, so. Anyways, yeah. So yeah, I really don't want people to like spend money they weren't gonna spend anyways. I don't think you should use the existence of a discount service to be why you spend money, but if you're going to anyways, you know, may as well. And you can also just save a little bit on your welcomes too, buying through LD shop or whatever. But yeah, feel free to use my link, but I really don't want people to feel pressured. The point of these is just because I think it makes sense for people to be aware of them existing. And yeah, that's pretty much it. M1 Chingy is worth the spending. If you want to, so like, the problem is dial-in exists, right? Like if you have all the stunners in the game, I don't think M1 Chingy is enough to make it so like Chingy is better than your other stunners, generally speaking, in most team contexts. But I don't know. That'd be like a question for like J-Stern or something. I can't like give you a good answer, unfortunately. Other than like if you like Chingy and want to play Chingy more, it is a very big difference maker for Chingy feeling good to play. And in particular, if you want to DPS Chingy, that's why I went for M1 Chingy. I wanted to DPS her, and she can still be a pretty competent, surprisingly good DPS, right? So if you want to do DPS Chingy, I think, you know, assuming that, because it's important to keep in mind when you're doing the spending, you're not just spending for Chingy. Like I was saying, I'm not just spending for the useless M4 Soldier 11. I'd be spending to get other things, right? So, and also you get Chingy's engine at the same time, theoretically, unless you choose to get another engine, which you might do. Like I'd have to decide if I want to get another Brimstone copy or if I just want to get Chingy's engine as an option for her. Because Chingy, M1 Chingy with her engine, as far as I understand, is still the fastest stunner in the game. She has a ridiculous amount of days. And it gives her damage bonus and gives the team damage bonus, right? So Chingy's engine's definitely good. It's just when I've like looked at for her personal damage versus Anvi's engine on her, I don't think it's that much of an increase in Chingy's own damage. And for DPS Chingy, I don't actually think it's necessarily better to stun faster, always. So, but it depends on the DPS Chingy or team you're playing. I like to play like Chingy Trigger, for example, so double stunner, and that team stuns so damn fast that it can be hard to get Chingy's buff up without having Chingy's engine stunning even faster, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's just about deciding what other things you get in addition to it. The Alice engine is really good, right? Being able to guarantee a copy of Alice engine actually is pretty damn good. Oh fuck, I didn't even think about that. I'm kind of tempted to get a copy of Alice's engine. Not for Alice, I already have it. I got lucky getting it. But an additional copy for Jane. Because there are situations where I think Alice's engine is the best engine option for Jane. It's probably not worth it, but I don't know. I'd have to decide between that. If I end up going for Sanby, I'd have to decide between that and Sanby's engine. Maybe. But it depends on how lucky I get for Sanby. Well, Sanby is guaranteed. Well, both of them are guaranteed, aren't they? Also, did they clarify? I don't think they clarified whether or not the guarantee thing on the rerun banner is something they're doing every patch or not. Because if the guarantee thing is something they're only doing like this patch when they introduce it, then that changes whether or not it's worth it to go for characters this patch versus next patch, right? Because like I think Yuzuha is very likely to rerun on the rerun banner probably next patch, right? And I kind of am interested in getting extra Yuzuhas to make my Jane Alice team even stronger, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Dylan will probably re-roll or rerun faster than Banyue. Rossfield, hello, Rossfield. Kind of joined it when I'm ending the stream, my bad. But thank you for the subscription. I'm kind of dying, in case it's not obvious, so I do feel better than I felt over the weekend, for sure, but so yeah. I think it was only for this special rerun banner type, and it'll only run every now and then. I don't know. I just assumed that they would have gone the Starborough route, and this is just going to become the rerun banner from now on. And the thing I'm curious about is if the 100% guarantee for the first 5 stars is going to be like a per banner thing or not. But maybe if their intention is not to have that every patch, maybe they'll do some normal rerun banners still, but that'd be weird. It'd be kind of weird and fucking annoying, honestly, right? Because I would really prefer to be able to plan around like Yuzuha being on one banner or the other. And if I know that Yuzuha is going to be on the rerun banner, I don't have to concern myself with, like, let's say I lose a 50-50 on Yisheng Guang, right? And I wanted to save that guarantee for Yuzuha. That could be something you could sensibly do if I know that Yuzuha is going to rerun on the normal banner. But if they're going to rerun on the rerun banner with the 100% guarantee thing, that's fine. But I just want to know, right? Like, if they're going to sometimes do normal character banners for reruns, and then sometimes do rerun banners with this 100% guarantee thing, and we have no way of predicting which, that's ass. That's really ass, right? HSR doesn't get triple reruns every patch, but are all reruns on the rerun banners in Starro now? I thought they were. I thought all reruns were on the rerun banners. Like, I know they don't get them every patch, right? I'm getting dizzy, I bet. Like, it's fine if they don't do them every patch, but as long as they are always, all reruns are always on the separate banner. Especially because the banner has separate mechanics in Zenless with different pity and whatever. And there might be a 100% guarantee on every time they do it. There might not, I don't know. Maybe it's only a one-time thing. They're all reruns? Okay. But they've never done normal banners that have like the same pity shared with the new banners, new characters. They only do triple if they want to rerun an extra unit. Okay, so they have done reruns on the normal banner system still that shares pity with new characters. Is what you're saying? That's what I want specific clarification on. Has Star Rail done a rerun since they started doing the triple rerun thing? That was the same exact system as same banners, pity, whatever, as new characters. Oh, the triple rerun banners share pity anyways. Oh, okay. Well, then that doesn't matter. Okay. I didn't realize it shared pity. My bad. If it shares pity, then yeah, that's a key difference with Zenless. So yeah, anyways. Then I maintain, because of the fact that there's different pity and there's this 100% guarantee thing, which the 100% guarantee thing, if every time the rerun banners happen in Zenless, it's always there, that's enough of a difference in my opinion to justify it being separate pity. Otherwise, if it didn't exist, it should be the same pity, same shared system, in my opinion. And then, yeah, and that's fine, whatever, right? But as is, I hope this just becomes how they rerun characters for Zenless. And because if it's inconsistent, then it's impossible to plan around. That's really ass. It means like trying to plan for pulling a rerun character will be way fucking worse than planning around a non-rerun character, and you have no fucking clue how much you need to save for a Yuzaha rerun, for example, whether or not it's on the rerun banner with an extra guarantee or not, right? Because you literally have the amount of wishes you have to plan for. So, only one that has individual pity is the collab. Okay. I see. So, I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, I don't think the new banner structure is inherently a bad thing. It's kind of my point. For Zenless, it is copied parts of how Star Rail did it, but then obviously is doing things a little bit differently. And I will be quite annoyed, though, if, like, Yuzaha reruns on, like, a normal banner rather than on this banner structure. So, ZZZ rerun banners, like Chronicled. As far as I'm aware, you can't lose your 50-50 to Astra or Sambi, though. So I don't think it's like Chronicled. I don't think that's the correct comparison. I'm pretty sure you can only lose a 50-50 to the normal standard cast. I could be wrong, though. I'm gonna check through the details when the patch goes live today. So, yeah. As far as when they decide to run it, I mean, maybe. Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm gonna be annoyed if they... That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm gonna be fucking annoyed if, like, next patch they choose to do, like, reruns, but not with this new rerun banner. And instead, like, a normal banner where it has the same pity as the normal banner. Like, if I can plan around Yuzaha on the rerun banner versus the normal banner structure, that's a big fucking difference to the amount of polls I need to plan. That's what's ass. So, I don't know. It remains to be seen. We have no idea if they're just gonna make all reruns be on this new banner structure or not, and I think they should, in my opinion, even if it only runs every other patch. Worst aspects of Chronicled Wish without the good ones? I mean, no, because the 100% guaranteed for your first character is a very big difference maker. But again, we don't actually have clarification on whether or not that's only this thing they're doing this patch for introducing it, or if that's something they're going to do every single time. If they're doing if the way the ideal situation is, even if it's every other patch, all reruns are on this rerun banner structure, and every single time they do this rerun banner, the first 5-star and first weapon you get, because they're separate, right? You can guarantee one of those 3 rerun weapons and one of the 3 rerun characters. That's a pretty big deal, and particularly with the power level of like a few M1s in Zenless too, like, it's something that, like, making it easier to get dupes of characters on reruns it can help mitigate, like, shit like dial-in being broken as fuck, right? So I don't know. They could use it to at least run Haru. Yeah, it is kind of surprising they didn't put Haru Masa on the banner, to be honest. Like, they chose to rerun Alice over Haru Masa and Astra again. Astra just ran like 2 patches ago. Well, no, it was like 4 patches. No, it was a while ago, I guess. Okay, you know what? Astra makes sense. Never mind. Astra makes sense. Sambi makes sense. But like Alice? Like Alice? What? I can't even. My voice cracks as soon as I go slightly high, by the way. This is why I have to speak like this the whole stream. I can't go high. Oh god. Anyways, when the leeway buffs are happening, there's not a single rumor. Chronicle's always also great on paper, but in practice, the way it's scheduled is awful. Yeah. Yeah, if Chronicle was more consistent, it'd be better too. Inconsistent banners are awful. I don't like inconsistent banners. So you can't plan on that shit. M1 Astra worth it? I mean, it's the support unit in Zenless that has Res Shred or Res Pen, whatever it's called, in Zenless. It's definitely good, but like, do you actually need it? I don't know. I do think those constellations are actually, generally speaking, more worth going for than DPS constellations most of the time. But like, investment priority for most Zenless characters is like getting their engines, at least for DPSs. And then supports are, sometimes engines are relevant, supports sometimes they're not. But like Astra, I think M1 Astra makes more sense to go for than Astra's engine, for example. With the fact that wishing on the Astra banner guarantees you an M1 Astra, right? There's no 50-50 bullshit. If you have 75 wishes, you can get M1 Astra, right? Which makes the value proposition quite a bit different, right? So I don't know, if you have a bunch of wishes saved and you don't care about Yixin Guang. Also, it's worth mentioning that Astra, if you have dial in for Astra, Astra appears to be about equivalent as Zhao is for Yixin Guang. So getting M1 Astra for Yixin Guang should completely be meaningfully better than Zhao. And then that's a whole ass unit that you don't need to level if you're just leveling Zhao for Yixin Guang. But Zhao is probably worth leveling anyways as a generic support, because she's like M0 without her engine. Zhao is just a little bit worse than Astra on a generic level. And then with her engine is kind of really similar to Astra. Still worse than Astra, to be clear. For non-Yixin Guang teams, but so yeah, I don't know. They make rerun banners always like this would be just better to pull everyone in a rerun. Yeah, but then you don't get to play the character sooner. I think that's fine. I think they should. I think that's a good structure in my opinion. If you want to be like, oh, there's no reason to pull a new character now because in 6 months they might rerun on the rerun banner. One, they might, or it might take a year, right? They might. It's not a guarantee, and chances are it's going to be most enjoyable to you to use the character when they're new and when everyone else is using and talking about them. And whatever, right? And I don't know, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Like products go on sale after they're released. Like, I don't know, I've always conceived of the structure of gacha games and like whatever. If you conceive of these as like the gacha game is the platform, you know, and then this is the products being sold to you in the platform, right? Like, products get cheaper over time, no? When new models come out, you can buy the old model TV for cheaper. Like, I think being that there's like inevitable power creep in all gacha games is part of the realistically a side effect of the monetization structure. I think that's a smart structure, right? To make it so, like, if older units, this is one of the complaints I have with Chronicle Banner. In that Chronicle Banner, like, the per wish cost, if you only care about getting one character, right? The wishing cost of getting Yai is technically higher on Chronicle Banner than it is on a normal banner because of the fact that there's no Chronicle, or there's no capturing radiance brain system, right? Like, it's fucking more expensive to wish for old characters that rerun on Chronicle Banner technically, unless you happen to want to lose your 50-50 to someone on the banner on Chronicle. And like I don't know, I think if gacha games are going to power creep things, they're going to release stronger characters than average over time, then that means rerunning older characters should be cheaper to acquire. They should be cheaper. If you feel like it, Yi is pronounced more like yeah and not Yi. Okay, I'll try to remember, but no promises. The fucking ass story quest is fucking muted, so fuck me for not knowing how to pronounce a character's name when it's goddamn muted the entire fucking time. Sorry, I'm really actually annoyed that the fucking quest was muted. I didn't actually complete the quest because I just stopped halfway through because I was like, I'm not gonna fucking complete this if I can't hear the dialogue. So, anyways, what is pity and why is it called pity? And pity is just a term. Like, I don't know. Why is apple called apple? I don't. What's the point of? I mean, if you're trying to study the etymology of the word, there's value in studying the history of words, to be clear. But I don't know why you're getting focused on why is it called pity. But it's pity is when you're reaching the amount of wishes put in for getting a 5-star. For example, it is literally, if you go into the detail screen, it is literally impossible to go past 90 pity. So pity is just the amount of wishes you put in. If anyone says pity, it's just a term for how many wishes you put in to the banner. So it is literally impossible in Genshin to do any more than 90 wishes without seeing a 5-star. But usually when we talk about reaching pity, for example, not how much pity, but reaching pity, that usually is referred to, that's usually in reference to the soft pity system for most people. Soft pity being that there is an increased chance of getting a 5-star that is above the base rate of getting a 5-star, because if you go into Genshin's detail screen, right, it says 0.6% chance of a 5-star right here. But then it says consolidated probability, including guarantee, is 1.6%. So the reason this is 1.6% is because of the soft pity system, which is that at 74 wishes, you go from a 0.6% base chance for a 5-star to 5%. And then if you don't get one on 74, you go to the 75th. And this is since seeing the last 5-star, right? Then it's, I believe it adds about 7% each time-ish. So then 75th wishes is 11% chance, or sorry, 12% chance, and then it's 90% chance, and then it's 20, right? So that's the soft pity system, and that's why it's pretty unlikely. It's very unlikely to go past like 83 in Genshin, and most of the time you'll see a 5-star between 75 and 80 pity since your last 5-star. That's what pity is. And it's called pity as like a, okay, we've taken, the term arises from, I believe the origin of the term. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming the origin of the term is like, the system is taking, like Hoyoverse is taking pity on you for getting unlucky, not getting an early 5-star. But it's not really that you shouldn't have a framing of Hoyoverse is taking pity on you. It's not that. It's just, it's how the system works. There's not any individual that's actually taking pity on you getting unlucky, because not getting an early 5-star is not, in Genshin at least, not getting an early 5-star is not unlucky. It is lucky to get an early 5-star. If the base rate is higher than the amount of wishes it takes to reach the soft pity amount, so the 75 about, technically it starts at 74. If the base rate is higher than the amount of wishes, which is not, then it would be unlucky to not get an early 5-star. But it's just like normal luck to not get an early 5-star before 75. But in a game that has like a 1% base chance, so for example, the engine banner in Zenless has a 1% base chance, but the pity is... hard pity is 80, soft pity starts at 65. So with a 1% base chance, there's actually a very good chance you get an early before going to pity with a 1% base chance compared to 0.6%. And therefore, I actually would say it's actually quite unlucky to go to pity at all when wishing on engine banner in Zenless. So yeah. Because 60 wishes is more than, right, 65 wishes is, with a 1% base chance, is 65 chances of that 1%, right? It's a 65% chance, or 64. You functionally have a we'll just simplify. You functionally have a 60% chance to get an early engine on Zenless before going to the soft pity amount, right? So, and a 60% chance means like, if you wish for 100 engines in Zenless, more than half of them you should have acquired early, like before getting to pity. Whereas in Genshin, with a 0.6% chance, That's like 1 in every 180, I believe. So that means like on average, most of the characters you acquire, like most of the 5 stars you get in Genshin, should not be early, right? That's the difference that base chance makes. So I think that relative difference between if there is more than a 50% chance to see an early 5-star in the progress of going to pity is the difference maker in whether or not it is lucky or unlucky to see an early beforehand. Zenless going to pity on engine banner, it is unlucky to go to pity. In Genshin, going to pity on character banner without seeing it early, that's just normal. That's not lucky or unlucky, that's just normal. I've gotten an early engine multiple times. Oh yeah, I have too. I've gotten plenty of early engines. I actually think I've only gone to pity on engine banner 3 times. Which probably relatively closely matches. I don't know how many engines I've worked. That probably relatively closely matches what you would expect, which is that approximately 65 to 70% of my engines should be before pity. But also luck is just a vibe. Luck is just something statistically unlikely happens. The only actual definition that you could put to luck is something statistically unlikely happens that I perceive of as good. Versus unlucky is something statistically unlikely happens that I perceive of as bad. That's the actual definition of luck, to be clear. I'm just saying I think how it should be used in terms of analyzing the experience of wishing in gacha games. So, but you could easily use the terms differently. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Stats doesn't give a shit about luck. Stats is stats. The chance of getting the chance of getting earlies, getting 2 earlies is no. For each situation of getting 2 early 5 stars and 1 10-pull, you have an inverse situation of that is equally likely of getting of going like hundreds of wishes with never seeing an early kind of thing. Even though you would expect an early on average every 180 pulls. You can go 500 pulls without seeing it early, and that sucks balls. And those 2 situations are, generally speaking, referred to as lucky or unlucky, right? But both of them are equally statistically likely. And so stats don't give a shit. Anyways. 6.3 will feed families. That's true. That is not wrong. 6.3 will fund Hoyoverse, and it will feed a lot of Hoyoverse family employees. Honestly, that's a nice way of thinking about it. Like, I do not feel as bad giving money to Hoyoverse because they are a private company who I have seen actively put the money that they make back into projects that are cool. Like, they're making new games that they don't know that will actually pay off at an investment level. They're putting money into fusion research. I'm pretty sure they pay their employees pretty well. I'm sure they have a lot of crunch for a lot of their teams, right? Hoyoverse is a big company at this point, so I'm sure not every team has crunch, right? But crunch, I don't know, is somewhat inevitable in game development, and especially in a live service game development where you're trying to hit scheduled release targets and whatever. But yeah, my friend won 4 50-50s in a row in Genshin. I mean, that's not that unlikely. That's a 1 in 16 chance. And also, you're looking at a snapshot too. Like, if you're saying, oh, my friend won 4 50-50s in a row, but the total number of 5 stars they pulled for is 25 stars, and you specifically cut a slice out of that, like let's say you flip 20 coins, right? If you flip 20 coins, and then you're like, oh, look at that, there's 4 heads in a row out of 20 coins, but then you just like remove those 4 heads, and then you ignore that you did 16 other coin flips, and they're like, look, four heads in a row, right? Like, you're kind of getting like that. That's a statistical mistake people make a lot in Genshin when like particularly comparing their luck to other people. Is like, yeah, okay, they might have a better 50-50 win streak than you right now, and because you've lost your 50-50s lately and they won their 50-50s, and that comparison feels rough, right? But like on a holistic level, if you ever actually compare like the same snapshot of like doing 25 stars and seeing if 20 do they have, you flip 20 coins versus 20 coins, you're probably going to find it much more likely, this is just law of large numbers, it's going to be much more likely that you're relatively close. You know, it might be, there's going to be some variance because it's RNG, right? One of you might have had 12 50-50 wins, one of you might have had 8 50-50 wins. But that's much closer than, you know, 4 and 0 kind of thing, and taking that slice out. So anyways, yeah, 4 50-50, but like from a fresh account perspective, what's the chance your first 4 or 5 stars you get would all be 50-50 wins? It's 1 and 2 times 1 and 2 times 1 and 2 times 1 and 2. It's 1 in 16. And 1 in 16, for reference, is what is that, like 0.8%? Or did I say 0.8%? Not 0.8%. It's like 8%. 1 divided by 16. No, I was wrong. It's 6%. Sorry, it's 6.2%. 6.23%. It is 10 times more likely. It is 10 times more likely to win 4 50-50s in a row. Your next 4, we'll say. Because you need to operate on what potentials are in the future, not because after the thing has already happened, well, you already know the end result. Statistics is for like predicting things that hasn't happened, and for, well, it's not just for that, but whatever, you know, for your next 4 50-50s. This is ignoring capture radiance, which is a factor that changes things, to be clear. Ignoring capturing radiance. Your next 4 50-50s, the chance of getting all 4 wins in a row is 6%, which is pretty low. But at the same time, that is also 10 times more likely than doing a single pull right now and getting an early 5-star. Right? All I want for Christmas is a lurk command. I mean, what does a lurk command even do? Doesn't a lurk command just tell people, I am lurking? Like, what is it? I don't know what to do for it, but I can maybe do it. I don't know. What do you want me to, what do you want a lurk command to do? Is it just gonna like count the amount of lurkers? I don't know. I think it supports the stream even though I don't text much. Does it? I don't know. What? How would it support the stream any more than, like, if you just let the stream AFK or whatever, it's still gonna like count as ad views, I think, generally speaking, but I don't know.
Swallows nest when skies are fair, but hide when storms are in the air.
I lurk, but sometimes I sleep, yeah. Anyways, I don't know, I can maybe add a lurk command. I just don't know what to tell it to do. Like, I can add a lurk, and then it'll be like !lurk, and it'll give you a piece of text saying, thanks for joining the stream. Do you want me to have it do that? I don't know. Like, !lurk. Thanks for joining. A unique chat activity per stream, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Lan Yan's writing is fire? What do you mean?
That's no exaggeration.
2 banners all year. Wow. Also be a fun message, yeah. Like, women are people. I don't think that's what I want to do. Oh, she's spitting bars. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. A lurk command. I don't know. I'll think over it. My brain's not functioning right now. I'm not having any ideas. Other than, anyway, it would be funny if I could set it to do a random UID. It's just a lurk command and it gives you a random UID. Oh god. Okay, anyways, I can feel my throat actually being a little sore. So I should probably end the stream. Commands for Lan Yan voice lines, maybe. Actually, you know what? Lurk command random voice lines. I'll just do random voice lines in general. I like that idea. Like doing a lurk command and getting some random ass voice line from who knows what character, it would be a fun little like kind of mini game, being like, wait, I wonder what that character is like, or I know who that character is. I said I should probably end the stream an hour ago. Indeed I did. Indeed I did. All right, stop.